Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good evening. Good afternoon. Where everyone's from. 9/11. Dad, what's up? So, wow, what's up? Ollie. I don't know how to say your name. But L3, what's up, man? All right. Chat, it is what do you call it? Pretty big day today. We have core retail sales. It is the last and final folder or red folder of the week. So third time's the charm. Hopefully that folder is able to, you know, like break us out of this range and give us something, because clearly, you know, this is the second time watching your channel was recommended when I asked AI for NY gold streams. That is lovely. Shout out to AI for pointing you here. But yeah, you have a red folder today, guys. It's retail sales, all right? So last and final one. You know, CPI was this week as well. It didn't do much. Yesterday was PPI. Didn't really do too much as well. Wait, PPI yesterday? Yeah. CPI on Tuesday. Wednesday was PPI, and then today was retail sales. I think PPI might have been a bit better than CPI, because I think CPI was just like late, like really late into the session. So yeah, retail sales today, 1, 2, 3, 4, and a bunch of other folders here. 5, 6, 7, 8. Natural gas storage is at 10:30, and then you got a bunch of like FOMC member speeches, or FOMC member speaks in the afternoon, and then tomorrow's nothing, just Iceman. All right, but yeah, that's all you got. So let me just open up my Zoom, but let's get into the analysis, see what we can do today. Maybe it'll be a banger day. Yes, it was pretty cool though. I think yes, it was a pretty good day. But how many trades do we have this week? I think 2 trades this week, right? Just on Monday and Wednesday, I think. Tuesday we didn't get much. Today's Thursday, so maybe 4 trades this week. I think Monday we took 3 trades. All right, so yeah, this is where gold's at, right? Still in the same range like throughout the last week or so, just sitting here, and you want to see some type of breakout. Otherwise, you're just going to be stuck here. Here's my Zoom. Asian was a mess. Where was Asian? Right here. So yeah, this was Tuesday, Wednesday, and why Asian. Well, it looks a little better than NY. I mean, how much is this? 340, not bad. NY moved maybe a little less than that, I think. Like 370, maybe around the same. London, you had a spike up to start and then just back into the range. So yeah, nothing significant has happened yesterday. Like, although we did get positions, nothing was directional, and we want to see directional, especially if you're still ranging here 3 days in a row in the same ranges. You want to see a break, otherwise like it's going to be a little more difficult to take to trade, right? The more time spent in the range, the more like the tougher it gets, because the volume starts to slow down. You start to see the ranges start to get a bit smaller. You start to get like ranges form within ranges, so it's not the best experience to trade it. So you would want to wait for when you break out to get something more directional. But yeah, what was I saying? 4-hour candle. Let's see, anything we can pick up here? I think 4 hour, maybe a leg candle right there. Daily, just closed bearish yesterday, I think. Yeah, just bearish within the ranges, so nothing crazy. Let's see if we mark up these 2 points here, would this like give us anything? Not bad, maybe a little lower towards here. I mean, it's the same support zone we had yesterday at like 46.65, right? So I think we could still use that same zone, just like the next support. It doesn't mean like, you know, that's like an area where price will reject that, but that is likely to be some type of reaction zone. So keep that in the back of your mind. 46.60, we'll place that right here just to show the ranges. And then yeah, so 46.60, and then what is this? 47.44. I think that's the daily top of the range. So perhaps we can put some type of resistance up here. Nice pit range though. Let's see, what else can we do? I'll put it here, but this could be your invisible candles right here and here. If you block that out, then all you really got to break is here, which is that resistance right here, right? This amount of resistance instead. So maybe we can have something here. Let's see, what is this? 47.25. How much is this range? Between here and here is 620. That's not bad. Buy still bearish. We're about to find out here. So this is the range. 47.25. Yeah, I think I'll leave it. I think I'll leave it like this. I might move it like a little higher just to match with these areas right here, but 47.73 seems like pretty ideal resistance for its overall range. So now overall you have like this range here. You have top of the range is here, bottom of the range is here, right? This is the range you're in. So these like 2 white lines that you see there are just to mark up this as an area, right? Just understand that we're in a range, so the type of trades you get within this range is going to be limited to certain amount of trades, right? So understand that. When it comes to ideas today, it's still tradable, right? This entire thing is roughly 1,000 pips. This split between the yellow line and this white line here is going to be like 600, and this up here is 480. So not much I can do like right now within this area. I think same thing as yesterday in terms of like still be cautious about if you were to get a push down, be cautious of the fake out still, although I think there's a much lower chance today for it to be a fake out than yesterday, because was this yesterday? No, this wasn't yesterday. This is Tuesday. Maybe because you also have a bit of structure, like it's nothing guarantee or anything, but it is like a little better than yesterday, right? You did come up again to make another lower high. So if you were to make your way down, right, a much lower probability, like maybe like going from like 70% probability of a fake out to maybe 60% probability of a fake out. So it's still high that if you were to break out for the first time, you could get a fake out. You probably want to wait for some type of structure to form. So if you get some like lower highs, music's loud. If you get some lower highs and then you continue to hold that range as you break back below 46.60 or 46.40, 46.20, right? Just the lows of this area, you can get continuations down. But that's what we'll use as confirmation. Otherwise, I think I'm still worried about the idea that you can still get lower highs, right? Because that can also happen. If you do open up here and you just kind of make your way up on price first, I'll also be very careful of that first breakout above 25. Although that's the zone that we want to see break out and drive up, like if we were to break above 25, I'll have clean traffic to 47.73, just the top of the range. But before that, I'll probably want to see some structure as well, right? So you want to see higher lows being printed before getting this push up, right? And look, like all of this happening still isn't directional yet. It's still within the ranges, so it's tradable for sure. It's just, you know, the breakouts or directional drives, we won't find out until we break out. But yeah, if you get a push up like this, and I'll probably want to see some structure, we'll look for continuations of buys. What else can also happen is you could fake out, right? After you fake out, if you were to like make your way back into the range, we'll also be looking for buys. This could also be possible, because if this is a fake out, if this is a breakout, typically this should continue down. But for instance, it comes back into the range for whatever reason, this could now be your higher low, and then you're just following that bullish trend that you had from end of April to last Tuesday or beginning of May, right? Beginning of May was like giving those pushes up. So that can still continue its trend, and this can just be higher lows, right? But yeah, like I think similar situations yesterday when it comes to bias, maybe a lot less probable to become a fake out on the first breakout below. But aside from that, we just need to see CPI, our retail sales, do something here and give us some movement. All right, so yeah, just some structure really, and then we'll be set. I don't really have much ideas for, actually maybe we can get wick entry sells on the first breakout above this range. That is a possibility. It'll be the first breakout outside the range, especially when there's no structure here. So I mean, we gotta see how it comes up, right? If that even comes up. If it comes up without structure like this, then you're expecting reactions, which could be wick entry sells. But yeah, you do want to see this breakout. So not much here, but as the session goes on, we'll probably have more ideas, and especially after retail sales. But let me just mark this up on MT5. So 4773, 4725, 4773. Four 725, 466. Yeah, like some days it's just like I really don't have much, because it's just not much. Like we haven't got much new info, right? There hasn't been any new info since like yesterday's like session. Maybe just London highs, but like, the question is like, is that high during London even enough for a top wick? Like I'm not too sure. So we'll just get more data as the stream goes on. Yeah, we have news today. We have what do you call it? We got retail sales 8:30 in 10 minutes here. Right now it's 8:20 Comics Open. I don't know if you guys know about Comics Open, but that is 8:20 a.m. East. So that is when commodities open up. So you usually would see some movement on gold. Yeah, my cough is still here, so it's going away though. It's getting a little better. I was like, should I take the olive oil shot? I didn't take the olive oil shot. I couldn't do it. It seems yeah, no, it seems like I'd just rather take like honey and ginger or something. Boring week? You think so? Shit, it might get exciting today. The week's not over. Oh, this is the comics all open volume right here coming in. You can see it. All right, creeping in a little bit. White peach Red Bull. Cheers, man. W drink. I think my favorite is the watermelon though. The watermelon one. Watermelon or yeah, I think the watermelon was my favorite. Do I drink a trade session? I don't know about a drink during trade session, man. Like that Red Bull would... Actually, there's no difference between the Red Bull. How much caffeine is in the Red Bull drink? Like 300 milligrams? I think a double shot is like espresso is maybe 150, something like that. 220. Reggie. Did you guys trade Asian last night? Oh, Max at Nürburgring right now. This weekend, right? 24-hour Nürburgring. That is gonna be cool. When's qualifying? Or did that already happen? Ben Affleck this morning. That's my favorite actor, Ben Affleck. I caught a run, but after a long F candle, it hit BE. What? Asian? I did. Got 30 pips on sells. Yo, no buys yet. Still. That 1 hour candle was active, but I think I saw it after the leg candle already happened. Wait, so you caught the move after the leg candle? Oh, way after. Wait, you must have gone in the same area as us yesterday then. Like somewhere down here. Same price point? Do you game? I do, but not right now. Like I'm like on and off. So I'm on for a couple months, then I'm off for a couple months. Just whenever I feel like I need some gaming. Oh man. Yeah, hype for GTA. GTA, kinda. I don't know if I'll be. Yeah, kinda. Yeah, probably. But I'd never played GTA 5 too much, so like I played like the GTAs on like the PS2s and like the PS3s up until GTA like 4, I think, and I kind of stopped. Like GTA 5, I didn't play too much. I missed out on like the RP and everything, so I'm just. I mean, yeah, GTA 6 comes out, I'll probably try it. But shit. I'm excited for Iceman though. Did anyone hear the Iceman leaks? I think like a couple songs got leaked. Timestamp songs too. You entered at 46.85 up until 47.06, and then a pullback happened. 46.85, 47.06, 46.85, 47.06. That's good. That's a 200 pip pop. This one right here, late Asian. That's a nice move off of this zone right here. That's pretty cool. You said Riceman. More, I'm on from 46.904.40 lots. Oil dropping, gold will fly in 5 minutes, ladies and gents. Chat, 4 minutes here for retail sales. We should do predictions. What do you guys think is gonna come out as? Up. Run a poll, run the poll, run the poll. You got 3 minutes. No channel points though. Hopefully you break out. Like even if you break the highs of this, that'd be good too. Like 220 up, or even like if you were to break down like 300, anything would be good here. You said we're coming down? I actually have no idea. %59 up, 40% down. Four-point buys, let's go. 1 minute, 1 minute. W, 28 likes already. You speak French? Bonjour, je m'appelle. Bonjour, je m'appelle. All right. That's your prediction, Reggie? All right, we're locking that one in. 1 to 1R. Okay, so, man, this poll. We got 37% down and 63% up. All right, let's find out. Fiend. All right, 1 minute here. Let's see. Here it goes. Wait, is it supposed to be right now? Shit. Maybe it might be a late move. Sometimes it's also a late move. Like if it doesn't move for the next like 5-10 minutes, 15, it could be at 9:30 still with the NYSE open. Let's see, let's give it a minute or two here. See what this count does. Looks like it's coming down though. What's up, Lip Pip? Finally, you got a name I can read. Lip Pip. No more ... Oh shit, trade's taken. Let me delete that. No, that was yesterday. I have to delete that. I must have forgotten. All right, like, damn, all these folders this week got like nerfed or something. Every folder just came out. What's next week? Is there FOMC coming at the end of the month? Or no, that's in beginning of June, no? Next week, nothing. I mean, meeting minutes, that's not really. Interest rates. Holiday on May 25th. Memorial Day. Damn, looks like a pretty chill rest of the month after today, but like I don't see anything too major. So maybe within these non-folder days there could be more volume than these folders days combined. What's up, price? Is the goal 1 million? The goal is infinity. We'll take it to the moon. What's up, Eddie? And the goal is infinity to wherever price takes us. I just don't know how long it's gonna take. All right, what is this? Push up 560, 56 pips. Like, okay, I mean, I guess we're moving. High or lows of 70 pips combined. One hour leg candle. Yeah, that was London highs too. Oh yeah, you're right. That could be getting filled right now. That could be happening right now as we speak. This is the body area, right? Lots of rejections off the body area. So let's see if that can break and hold. Spreads aren't too bad here. Need a little bit of volume though. I'm trying, man. 2x the stream. Oh, here we go. Breaking the highs. This sounds like that one Lucky song. Are you streaming on Twitch? No, just my Discord. So when I'm reading another chat, it's my Discord. The DVS01 group. DVS01 and DVS02. Or you can combine the two. DVS01 and 2. You got DVS03. Time is a social construct. Now, how much is this wick fill? This is 110 pips, so it's not bad. Not bad, not bad. I think yeah, some minor resistance here. If you can clear this, maybe you can get a pullback and hold, and then a re-break of the highs. Could this be a potential idea for us? 1 hour leg candle. I just need to see a pullback. If you can pull back right down to below the yellow, that'd be nice. There's no guarantee of it, but if it does, that's the 15 or the 5 flip, right? That's the bottom wick. So if you flip, you should drive down, but you drive down and you come back up. That's a higher low now, so that'll be a little better. All right, we got a bottom wick. Let's see. Could this come back up? What else is there? It's just a 4 hour leg, right? 4 hour leg candle. Yeah, the 4 hour leg is one. You have about 22 minutes left. 1 hour is a leg candle 2. 30 is a leg. It's a bunch of leg candles. See. Been in the range for 2 weeks now, 4,700. Yeah, about 2 weeks. But I think I prefer May over April. Chad, do you guys prefer April or May so far? Like April is pretty slow, but I feel like May has been a lot more tradable. Or is it just me? You said April was the shit? Was April the shit? March was really slow. How was April? I forgot. Maybe April did move more. I'm good at April. May is a little messy. What's this gonna do, man? Any re-breaks of the lows? Something? $540. This range is 84 pips. Sheesh. $116,000 traders online. $15 closure in 3 minutes here. This 15 could close bearish. Maybe a leg candle bearish. If it flips, it could be a leg candle. If it looks like, if it ends up flipping and closing like this, that'll be a leg candle. And then if that's a leg candle and you have a potential leg candle fill here, then the next candle could make its way up. All right, to fill the leg candle, and as it does that, you'll be right back up to the re-break of the previous highs, which is going to be the 1 hour leg candle. If you go now to the 1 hour time frame right here, so that just take you back up to retest the highs, the current highs. So you got 2 minutes here. Let's see. Two minutes. What's the weekly doing here? The weekly is that a bearish candle? Because that's a gap, right? This is a bearish candle, no? If you opened up here, it came down, I think that's bearish. So this looks like this right now. What's this? 47.53 seems to be the resistance. Yeah, free Discord. We have the overseas Discord coming very soon. Maybe tomorrow, but more likely Monday. But yeah, it's coming soon. Very, very soon. Hey, the old DVS server is gonna be just the private. It's gonna be a private server now. The old one. Let's see. 30-minute flip and bearish, 1 hour candle about to flip. You have 15 closure here, which closed like a leg candle. So no bottom wick, like absolutely no bottom wick too. So could this get corrected? We can probably delete this now. or we can leave it. It's closing below that zone. So let's see what happens here. Is there a wick entry buy ideas? $46.81. How much is this move? This move comes down 260 pips. That's a 200 pip pull. If you continue coming down towards 81 for a pullback, then you're expecting to get a lower high. So these areas. So then your target giving you a range of 96 pips. That's not bad. 46.81. Wasn't that the same zone on Tuesday? 46.81. I think that was the zone we had on Tuesday. It's a general just for non-trading topics in the Divas 01. Yeah, I figured I'd just make a general one. What's up, Saddam? $15 flip there. Let's see. Could be a lecandle fill. You still gotta make your way up above 04 here, and then you gotta find a way to hold 04. And if you do, then that's gonna be the retest of the highs. But you only have 12 minutes left for the 1 hour closure now, right? So that's also another thing. But then again, you made your push up in the first 15 minutes, and then you spent the next 30 minutes just in a range, and then you had to pop down now. So if you re-break the highs, maybe the last 15 to 1 hour won't be too much of an issue here. If he just re-breaks and closes bullish. Because then maybe you can close no top wick on the 4 hour closure and the 1, right? Like this or something. Next one comes up, fills the rest of the wick, and then flips bearish, and then you're back into the range. It doesn't really do much for direction. You'd be back into the range like this, right? And on the open of the next candle, you're still in this overall range, but that'll be the first breakout. So potential scenario, we'll see. 15, oh, above 04 here. What's up, RVO? I always get confused. You and RJ also. RGV. Arvo. We are 20 pips away from 7,000 pips, chat. 20 pips away from 7,000 caught all time on the stream. We need a pip counter on the stream somewhere. 20,000. What's your real name? My name is Don. Don is my real name. Vo is short. Rice man pappy. All right. You excited for the album though? I think there's episode 4 coming out tonight at 9:45 p.m. Can you read Viet? Yeah, I can read Viet. No, I can't really read that. I had a... What does that say? Đọc tiếng Việt. Something like that. Read Viet. Do you believe risk management is more important than strategy and trading? And do you think discipline matters more than knowledge? You gotta have discipline to have knowledge. And risk management is more important strategy and trading. Yeah, I believe so, but you also gotta have risk management is also part of your strategy too. That's also, it's like two different things. Like there's risk management and there's trading, but it's really the same, because when you are looking to risk manage, it has nothing to do with where your mind is at. It's more so like what levels are you at on price. If you're closing above this resistance, if you get in a position and you get in here, right? And let's say you got a buy right here, you're about to top, price rejects, it creates structure. At this point you want to manage because now you have structure, but that has nothing to do with like psychology, you know what I mean? So yeah, part of your strategy should be like risk management as well. Like that should be part of it, being consistent with management zones and everything. He's Vietnamese, so I'll give him a sub and a like. Thank you, man. What up, Multisate? Good morning. Your whole name is short of my first name. E-D-D-I-E, 5 letters, true. Just join. What are you looking for today? I'm looking for some volume right now. Like volume, we need volume, and we don't have that. So just waiting that out. Still early into the session, only like an hour in right now, but yeah, this has been very dry so far. Never matter, could I, should I kiss my son on the forehead and kiss your ass goodbye? That is Drizzy. What song is that again? That's on CLB, right? Yeah. Or Her Loss. What's your least profitable month where you rather not trade at all? I try to trade every month. Well, I trade every month. You know what it is? It's like, instead of trying to avoid like conflict or like avoid like rougher months, just trade through them, because then you'll actually gain some like discipline. Like, even if you're sitting there and you know like this is a slower month, if you can sit through that month watching the charts, turn up to your sessions and not take a trade, sit in your hands and just not take a trade, not because you're forcing it, but because like, you know, like over time you've gained more experience in these type of conditions. You sit there in your hands, not take anything, that shows real discipline. Like, instead of just trying to avoid it, because you can't just avoid it, like everything in trading. Like, eventually you're gonna have to face these conditions in the future. If you're doing this long term, you'll see the same conditions in the future again anyways, right? So you might as well just learn to deal with them. So like, I try not to like, you know, sit out a range or like a type of cycle just because it's slower. Like, I'm on every day, and it's just a matter of like if we get ideas or not throughout that day. Because if you set it out, you know, you're not getting that experience. Like, imagine you sat out like March and April, because it was kind of ranging. It's gonna range again in the future, right? Maybe next year, right? Maybe this year in quarter 4. So you kind of got like face your fears. But our least profitable month, I think, is like, what's my least profitable month? I'm pretty sure it's January, because January we have the lowest win rate. We have a 67, and it's really off too. Like, compared to any other month, January 67, and then second worst becomes August. So those are my weakest months. Like, looking at these stats, my strongest months are November, December. Surprisingly, December, I don't know how that's even a thing. November, December, and March. I think March, look at how many trades we have in March. 94 trades in March. Like, that's gotta be during like COVID or something. I think overall my best quarter is quarter 4. Surprisingly, quarter 4 is my best quarter. Least amount of trades though. We've only had like 100 trades total. 107. What's up, Ollie? 8 out of 10 Scorpion. I'm off. W Benzo. She do Pip Man. Journal template. Yeah, which one do you want? You want this one, or you want this one? If you want this one, do exclamation point TBJ. If you want this one, do exclamation point trades. Then you gotta make your own copy. Go to file, make a copy, and then boom, you got it. Use your highest volume quarter 4. I don't think so. I think highest volume is like quarter 2, 3. Quarter 4 usually tends to be slower. We just get less trades in quarter 4. You want this? Yeah, do stream exclamation point or trades here. There you go. All right, everybody, we got a 4-hour closure. We closed strong, bullish. This one's coming down for a bottom wick first. So is this going to? You got a 30-minute leg candle. Maybe that'll be a thing. Let me just delete this blue zone here. But it looks like, yeah, there's a leg candle fell here for 65 pips. So maybe that can be cleared. I struggle with moving my stop loss when price gets close to it, especially on overextended moves without liquidity grabs. I reach you for 4 years and notice you sometimes extend your stop loss too. Yeah, I've like there's been instances where I do extend my stops. Like not a lot though. Like not a lot. Like I think even our last trade we decreased them. The one that 30-hour trade that we took. I think that one we decreased. I try not to. Only time I'll extend it is when, like, let's say I have let's say there's like some type of resistance here, and let's say looking left, my stops are you know what, there's an easier way to do this. Let's say my stops are coming down, right? And then let's say I took let's say I took a sell. Let's say I took a sell here, right? So let's say I took a sell here because I was trying to get a retest of lows. And then my stops right now would be here on these highs, right? So depending on like how the structure looks going up towards that area, whether it's like one consistent pop up or if it's like structure, that'll determine like kind of how we'll manage it. So if we're looking for these as our highs to use as stops, right? You want to pay attention to the way it comes up, because if it comes up without making much structure, there's a very high chance that this can still be corrected, right? This can still be a fake out. So in instances like that, what I'll do instead is I'll move this stop from like this high to maybe these highs or something, and what I'll look for is a closure above, right? But that closure above doesn't automatically mean that we're gonna drive up, because now you need structure. So if you get a pullback, let's say like that, and then you re-break, I'll get out on this high, right? Like the very first high. So it's like we'll move it from like here to closing here. But if it's like looking like this on the way up where there's like already structure, then I'll usually leave that stop for my trade, right? But if there's like no structure, I'm expecting like a higher low to be printed, you're still alive. Like there's a high chance that this can still happen. And if it doesn't, at least you'll get a bottom wick, right? Which is also why we take wick entry sells usually on the first breakouts of the ranges. But yeah, worst case you can get that, right? So that'll be like instances where I would move my stops. Oh, this thing is pushing down pretty heavy here. This is a 80 pip candle. 1 hour opening, 86 pips. How you know when it's a value adjustment, not emotional? That's price action. You gotta wait, you gotta see the structure. Because like it's like one thing for like you to manage it, but like let's say like you're coming down like this, it's like if you were to come up like this, that's the first breakout side of this range here. This is still a downtrend. This can still easily come down because this is over a downtrend, right? So let's say this is your stop here, but now let's say you get a higher low, you re-break the highs, make a higher high, you get more structure. Like you want to manage now at this point, because all these attempts to come down, but they end up just being higher lows. High chance that this will likely get hit because you're gonna fill that range up, right? Above here to fill there, you're gonna fill this range. So in that instance, you want to manage risk, right? But maybe like emotional might be, I don't know how you trade exactly, but let's say you get like a pop up like this, right? and then you get a steep pullback, and let's say you're in sells here, and then you come up like this again. It's like if you move your stop loss after this occurs, because now you have liquidity. Now like you broke the previous low, but you didn't drive down. You come all the way back up to re-break the highs. It's like high chance you're gonna rip through, because now this entire move down is like your liquidity, right? That's your liquidity to go up. So at that point, you want to manage. Otherwise, high chance stops will get hit because of the structure. But like it all depends on how you trade, right? Like that's just how I approach it, with just pure price. What's up, Cookie? 6 minutes into the candle here. Holy gold, can you this is a snooze fest, man. We have 60,000 traders online now. Everyone dipped. So 3 folders couldn't take us out of the range. I think the biggest one, the biggest folder was Tuesday, nothing. Yesterday, 100 pips. Tuesday, is 170. Monday, 830. Monday was no news, so just Tuesday. Yeah, bro. You see the Nightbot? They sent you a command. That right there is your... That right there is your spreadsheet. I like the candle, man. This one's kind of hard. The Pitman looks too AI. This one looks a little better. That's a light candle. That's actually not bad. You will buy? I have no idea what I'm gonna do today yet. I don't even know if I set any ideas. This is not much is happening right now, so you gotta just weigh it out. Sometimes this is what trading is. You gotta just show up, sit, knowing that in this exact range there's nothing I can really take, and you're just there sitting waiting for volume. That's all you can really do some days though. Some days, some days, some days, some days, some days, some days. Chat, what do you guys rate price today? Scale 1 to 10. This thing is so dead. $10. I agree. Desktop app for a trading journal, like a software. You could email me. I think there's an email below on my YouTube channel. Five-minute wait price to close above bearish FVG, then long. Oh, this thing's starting to glitch a little bit. You see it on the 30-minute time frame I'm looking at here. Let's see. This can start fluttering. Spreads are really good right now. Let's see. Will it start fluttering? How do you view this from a multi-time frame perspective? What if lower time frames are still making structure, but high time frames look overextended? If low time is still making structure, but high time is overextended, you look at a higher time frame. It's like you look at the higher time frame to get the overall picture, and then you use a smaller time frame to see how you can get to the overall picture. So the higher time frame, you might just see it like driving up. And let's say you're in, I don't know, let's say you're in a driving condition and you're just driving up, right, on a lower time frame. So I guess in that case, that's what overextended is, or just like overbought or whatever. Just like it's pushing up, right? You're in a drive range. If the smaller time frame starts to create higher lows and structure on the way up, then that's good, because over on the higher time frame, what you'll see is you'll just see this on the higher time frame, right? On the lower time frame, what you might see, so let's circle maybe this area right here, right? On the lower time frame, what you're gonna see there probably is something like this, where you're coming up, coming up, coming up, and then you have some rejections, right? Right, so like let's say on the weekly time frame you have this, and on the daily you have this. You might have been bearish for 3 days, and a lot of people might say, well, we're bearish, which is true, we are bearish, but on a higher time frame we're still following this bullish move up, right? So you want to be aware of that, be open to the idea that that could still be a thing. Like you don't have to register in your head like, oh, buys only or sells only. Like trading is very versatile. There's lots of things you can take within the ranges or outside the ranges. So if you got something like this on a higher time frame, just pay attention to the higher time frame. Be like, okay, cool, we're still bullish. Be aware. Smaller time frame, you might see it looking like this. It's been coming down for 3 days, which you could take sells off of on a smaller time frame, right? But at the end of the day, right, just keep in mind that this could still happen. So then if you, let's say you want to take buys in this case, you only want to take buys because you want to get continuations up. On a small time frame, all you gotta do is wait for confirmations, right? So wait for like higher lows to print, wait for structure to print, and then as you close back above these areas, you can start developing ideas for buys to continue up, like so, right? And then you follow more structure like this. I'm just drawing out the smaller time frame like that, but this is the same exact structure. All right, you can probably extend this to from the move down. You get the idea though, right? So like you can see Like let's say this is the monthly time frame, and then this is the daily time frame, right? Within the daily time frame, you probably got something else, which is like maybe you got a 1 hour time frame. So let's go and highlight maybe or maybe not one might take forever. Maybe let's say you highlight this, and then this is the daily, so this is the weekly or monthly right there. This right here could be the daily. All right, so let's say monthly, daily, and then let's say now you have the 4 hour time frame, right? So if you were to highlight this box in the 4, you know what? This might take too long to explain, but you get the idea. You get the idea. You just want to use the higher time frame. The small time frame kind of takes you there. Like right now for the monthly, right? You can say that we are bullish overall. This right here has been bearish the last 2 months. So like we have been bearish, right? We have been taking sells, but we're still keeping in the back of our mind that overall, like this is still all-time highs. This is still bullish, right? So then as you go down to the small time frames, like the daily now, you can start to see, okay, you're starting to form some ranges here. You got support here, 4300 to 4100. You got some minor resistance here, right? This is the range you're in. So if you were to start closing above these ranges now, like so, what would you consider this to be? A breakout, right? If it's a breakout, you can start seeing on the monthly that starts to continue up with the overall monthly trend, which is still bullish. All right, so you can literally do that for small times. Like you can do that for the minute versus the 30, the minute versus the daily, or daily versus the 30, anything. But you can be very versatile with it, and there's plenty of ideas within the ranges. I'm not too sure what stop loss extended is. This thing is coming down though. This is good. Let's see. Still within the ranges here, but this is like looking at the volume. This move down was a lot sharper than any of these other moves down to the left. Like these moves down to the left are still very slow. Maybe this is pretty good. That could be the same mirror on price right here. Literally same zones that's kind of reacting off of, right? No top wick zone right there. And then bottom of the range is right here. So pretty close. But yeah, that's good in volume. So hopefully you can get a breakout of this mini range here. This is 140 pips in this range. $140 pips. 10 minutes for NYSE. Starting to glitch here. How long did this take? This took 3 minutes, right? 3 minutes. 1, 2, 3. That's very good. I think we had an idea for wick entry buys earlier, right? I think at 81. Let's see. So this is coming down pretty sharp. If you could continue coming straight down without pullbacks, there could be ideas for wick entries. I'm not too sure about the zone. I have an 81, but it could be a little steeper. Let's see how heavy this comes down. But you can see no pullbacks on a small time from so far. Right, so if it continues that, then that'll be good. That is very good. You got a sell zone at 47.24. Oh, I got something around there too, 25.99. That's not too bad of a zone. Yeah, it's the top of the range. Let's see, could London's highs be... Could that have been the top wick to continue down? Driving here. Bottom wick is down here at 81. Like this is your bottom to range right here, right within these areas at 46.81, and you've only came down these times 1, 2, 3, 4 times, maybe towards like 87 zones. So it's like I would like kind of like the middle of nowhere. You still got a lot more range below, which means that you can get a bottom wick for those areas on this pop down. And then that would be the first breakout outside of this range. So first break could be a fake out. So then wick entries could be doable if you don't get pullbacks, which looks like you might have pullbacks here though. Let's see. If this doesn't break the highs of 96, that'll be interesting. 15 leg candle wick fill doable. The range under where we are now. 15 leg candle wick fill. Oh, this one right here, I think that's doable. Yeah, below 81. I think 81 is only a hard zone maybe, and then below that 81 zone, yeah, it should be good. Or maybe even like the leg candle body. If you don't want to take the risk from below 81 down towards 73, you can always take the below 73 down, because you have the whole leg candle stuff anyways. So you'll see if it's a pullback in as it comes down. Yeah, it could be a thing. Leg candle. It looks like it kind of wants to go down. Are there any indication for you to use the volume? No, it's just pure price action. Like I'll use stuff like the way to count flutters, the way TED spread, the spreads time, and yeah, that's kind of offer it for volume. And also, like, I'll look at for instance, the move down. This is more so to determine which direction could be stronger, but I'll look at the moves down versus the moves up. Like, okay, on the moves up today, it was very slow, right? These are all the moves up, all the moves up, all the moves up. And then the moves down were Like, so these were the moves up. Right, and then these were the move down in between. Right, because then you can see like, okay, which one is more dominant, right? This move alone would wiped out this entire range. So then stuff like that also determines volume as well, or at least determines when you could start breaking out of the range. This is not bad here. This is a decent 5 here. This best 5 closed bullish, holding these ranges. Did you break the highs there on that minute earlier? You did, right? But first break could be a fake out. Still holding the yellow zone. So could you... We can attempt something here. Let's see. If you can get a pullback on this candle, I wonder if we can take a re-break out lows, because you can just expect the bottom wick to be printed at like 86 zones down towards here. At least down towards there. Likely to break it. You can probably look towards this area right here. No bottom wick. But I want to see a pullback here. If you can get a pullback within one motion and a continuation down within one motion, that could be something we could take. Maybe a pullback towards like 93 would be nice, and then a re-break of lows at 8 and 9 within one motion could be an idea. Kind of similar to yesterday's idea. But you can see the volume, right? This 15 is very nice too. You have a buy target down there. Yeah, that's the wick entry buys. Very doable. Let's see, how fast is this pullback? Maybe we'll be part of the buys, the wick entry buys too, if we don't get this continuation. But it looks like insane volume coming in like right now. NYSE open as well. You could get the glitch here. Okay, so if you get the ideas, what our stops and everything gonna be is the question, right? So let's find that out. I think right here could be 1100. That's a pretty tight stop. That's gonna be maybe a 0.09 lot. That's if you got a top wick though, right? Yeah, push down, fill the 86 zone, tap that zone, and see if it pushes through. This is your glitches. This is your this could be your late news, right? But yeah, I think if we get in 0.09 lot, and then it's around 1100 pip stops. That might have been your range though. The best part about this too is that if we get like continuous pops right through these ranges, then you can start looking for wick entry sells. But that's like when price is driving through like directionally bearish, right? I'll say that's more so below, probably more so below 73. So if we can't get the continuations down, we obviously can't get the wick entries here. I think you got to pull back and everything already, but I think continuations could be next, right? I don't think we could have gone that push there. That was just like opening up a 30 and straight moves down. Your advantage point was kind of taken care of already. But I think wick entry sells could be doable if we start to get bearish directionally. And this can still be the first breakout, right? This can still be higher lows to rip back up. You're still within the ranges. So it would have been nice if you got like a little bit of structure before again this move down. But now we gotta wait for the same thing to occur. If it comes down, you gotta wait for that structure and then re-break and all of that. Small stops yesterday. What was yesterday's stops? Like 0. Probably 1300 pips, I'm assuming. What can't you buy 80? Yeah, that would have definitely. That was a perfect rejection. Wow. How much is that? Did anyone get the wick entry buys? You got a wick entry buy? No way. No way. Yeah, that was right on. I think I was waiting for something steeper. Like I wasn't too like that era wasn't like I had something there. I was hoping you can come down a little more. For the wick entries. I wasn't too sure of 81. RJ also, you get into a trade like every minute of the day, bruh. Every minute. You got in like 10 trades already today since I first came on. That's like your 5th trade today. Yeah, slow down a little bit. No risk, no worry. He's gonna say exactly that. Let's see where this goes. It could be a directional day today, guys. Today could be the first day. It is the last day where you have red folders, so it could be a directional day. And if it is, then this range is likely gonna break out, so fingers crossed. You have 2 accounts, one for trading, one for gambling. Let's see. No risk, no R8. I remember the day Dons had 5k. Whoa, I'm at 300 right now. So you only gonna support when we're at 5k? No risk, no fiat. Re-breaking the lows here. Can you get a pop through? Can you get a push through? Got a re-break. Got a pullback. Was 81 the bottom we wanted to break through? 81 was like a potential wick entry for me, but I forgot what happened where I just kind of disconnected from the idea. I think I was hoping you could, with like the volume that was coming down, I was more so thinking that it could break. Although it did reject here. It gave you like a, I think, what was that retracement? Like quite a bit, no? So yeah. 70 pips on the re-break, so pretty good. But yeah, if you break 81, I just don't, like between 81 and 69, I can't really read price. Like I'm not too sure what to expect here, because it's more so of a major area, right? So something tells me like we may not be part of this move down. Instead, what we can take is like wick entry sells, because I don't think we've had like an actual, I think this move has more potential for one, and for two, we haven't had pullbacks yet. But to get pullbacks, you need continuations, right? So for instance, if like we're expecting this range to get filled, that's gonna take you down towards like 69 zones. So if you get for something like this, let's go in a minute. If you get a continuation straight through, then it drives, right? But still, looking at this move, there's no pullbacks, right? There's no this, none of this is happening. All right, and if none of that is happening, then for it to come down further, or sorry, if none of that is happening, then if that were to happen, you can start taking wick entry sells to take you back down and retest the lows, right? So that's what we mean by like wick entry sells for continuation when it's directionally bearish, because it's just you're already taking the lower highs to continue down for the wick entry sells. But yeah, between like 81 and 69, I don't know if I have any breakouts here. I wanted the push from 89 down for the lows of 85, right? Because then the ideal is that you need a bottom wick anyways in that area, and then 81 becomes a little more strong. But it looks like it's pushing through pretty heavy here. This is a nice candle. This is a 65 pip candle here. So let's see, maybe you can tap into 69 and pull back. First initial pullback could be wick entry sells. If you can tap or break through 69 or 60. But I don't think we're taking the breakouts here. So get ready, it could be something. And if we do get, let's say wick entry sells today, what will my ideas be? Let's say 69, you get a reaction up to here. How much is that range? 7 pip pullback, so 46.77. Let's say that's the wick entry sell area. You can probably try to use You can probably use like a 27.75.46, 980 pip stop loss above there. But you want to see this continuous push, right? So this is good. Let's see if you can get a pullback. Approaching 69 zones here. There's a no bottom wick right here. This is the third time it's re-breaking on a low, so maybe a third time it can actually push through. If it does, then we'll move the wick entry sell down further down, right? If it comes down, let's say towards like 46.60, you get a pullback from there up till like 46.65. We'll look for wick entry sells there, but just wait for that pop down first initial reaction. All right, so here we go. Let's see. You tapped 76. So if you get the wick entry sells, stops are 990. I think we could use a 0.10 lot. I think. Let me just put that in case. 0.10 lot. $60 could be next. So no pullbacks there, right? This could be maybe be a little lower now. Towards 74 if you get a pullback towards there. So yeah, it could be wick entry sells, I guess. 74 if you come up right away with no pullbacks here, get ready. With a re-break, one more push. All right, chat, wick entry sells right there on the first initial pullback. I think TP we're looking for maybe like, I'll leave it, I think 69 could be a TP. I'll leave it down here. We'll try to attempt a runner, but you're expecting a higher low, right? So from our entry at 7.3, BEs are gonna be, let's see, where could BEs be? BEs could be over here. 4671.77. So I think that'll be us sitting like maybe 14 in profit. We'll move stops to BE. Trail stops will be right here at like 29 pips at 4670.29. All right, so it's like 30 pips, and then we'll trail from there. So I think the re-break of this low, if that breaks, could be BE, because that should then take you down towards this white line. What did we get there? We got 13 pips there. So let's see. If that re-breaks the lows, just be prepared to go BE. You got another steeper lower high here. So if you come back down, it could be a stronger push. And you're just looking for the lows to be tested as your TP. So yeah, 4673 entries, okay, guys? And then I don't know, maybe you can extend TP if you want. You can attempt a 4660. You said another wick entry buy. I think wick entry buys could maybe be more so, what's down here, like 46. I don't really have wick entry buy ideas here. Maybe here, 4654. Let's see, you got like a slight higher low here. This thing came up to make a steeper lower high. So 76 pips in DD right now. Let's see if this 5 flips bearish and fills that wick down. I'm trying to see, where else could we have a TP? I only see 660 at most. Maybe we can try 660. Why not? Why not try a runner? Especially since you're making a steeper lower high here. Yeah, I think 62, 60, 62 could be the TP area. The rejection is crazy. Yeah, a little drawdown here, but it's also a good thing in terms of TP, because now you have a steeper lower high. Like I wasn't expecting like this crazy of a steep wick, maybe just like a 74, like where we entered, and then continuation down. But the higher it comes up, the steeper you can move TP, because then that push up is just liquidity. What did we get here? This was 12 pips. People are already sweating. I don't blame you. Let's see. I think our stops are, where's our stops again? This was up here. So our stops are like up here at 47.73, and then management is more so above like 47.25, 47.17 if you break those zones there. Let's see, 15 first 2 minutes here of the candle. Let's see how heavy this drives up. I don't think I'll be worried until maybe you break above 47.06, 47.08, because then that's when like it's either you pull back, higher lows, or it can also be structure to go up, right? You don't want to see structure to go up. So if this is the first lower high, this could easily still flip bearish. You can close le. 30 can close le. Won't be too bad. I won't be too bad. That's another 12 minutes though. I prefer to be out before 10. Okay, this is 140. When was the last time I had DD like this? We had DD yesterday, but it was like very short lived. I think DD like this was last time we had DD for 150 was here April 7th. So it's been a little while before when we had this much DD. I really thought you longed and I longed. No, I wasn't looking for a wick entry buys here. We're looking for wick entry sells though. Let's see, some higher lows here printed. Let's see if that continues to make its way up. 30 close bullish here, or 30s flip bullish here. 10 minutes to a leg candle. How much is the difference here between here and here? Is 160. So 90 would be 46.80. And that's your higher low zone. Let's move this. $100, and this would be 60. You can get potential wick entries, like candles or pineapple. Minutes for a leg candle closure. I think the only way you won't close leg is if you like really drive up here and then close bullish, and then it'll look like that, and that's what you don't want to see. I think even that could be a leg candle still, but it's gonna have to drop quite a bit because the entire 1 hour candle came down, and this is the very last 10 minutes of the one. So let's say maybe next 10 a.m. candle, if we don't come down and it's a leg candle, we can get a leg candle fill, and that could be a second pineapple position, because then you have the whole wick fill, right? If that closes bullish, and if not the whole wick fill, you got at least like towards like 80 or 78, right? Which is obviously your net profit at that point. This is a higher low here. Let's see. Is that gonna flip bullish again? That's the first push down to 5. 24-hour stream, let's go. No, don't, no 24-hour stream. No, no way, because we got ice, man. No way. Should I TP now, or should I move my TP to your stops? You should probably trail stops and profit and BE. Move stops to BE and then trail stops and profit, secure some profits. And then just continue trailing, because you can probably try a TP like 25 zones, 17 zones in that area. This is the first higher low, guys. So I wouldn't get too excited just yet. You do want to see like a higher low and then a lower high, and then if you re-break, I think that's when you'll likely be good. But there could be another lower high here. So this, let's see. Spreads are pretty good though, coming down. It's pretty sharp. But let's see if you can break the structure. Right? Another lower high would be nice. This is 90, 70. So for our rain this weekend, yeah, when's qualifying for that? Oh, it just started? Let's see, lower highs. First lower high, is this gonna be a re-breakout lows? You see you're sweating and hungry. Yeah, I should drop your burrito. Five minutes here for a closure. If you can close like weak bullish, that'll be good too. Like if the 50 can close like right below these areas, that'll be very good, because then the opening of the 1 hour candle could be your exit, and it's just gonna be a stronger bearish candle. Hopefully not a 1 hour lay. Yeah, that's a 1 hour lay. The whole 1 hour is gonna flip in 5 minutes there. That's gonna be like a 250 pip pop. I think you got a lower high. Let's see now if you could re-break, or is this gonna continue making another higher high? Over how I see this chat is like on a higher time from the 4. Like I'm just expecting this in the 4, right, to kind of make its way down to fill that wick down there, or at least towards here, these areas. So well before our TP. Right, you're kind of just mirroring this move to the left, these lower highs here, same move that down here, same move I'm expecting down here. So my TP is like basically the same mirror, like right here, that same daily zone at 62. The only thing I'm afraid of is I think there's like something minor on the way down at here, like 67 to 46.70 zones, but we'll be in profit by then. So we have like those as our BE and trail stop zones. So if we can push past that, I can see us getting a runner, but I think that's the difficult part. In Don we trust. We're trying here. Let's see. We can only really manage risk and manage TP. Hopefully we end up managing TP. Okay, you got 4 minutes here. Give me like 30 seconds. I'm gonna use the R real quick. All right. Pineapple. I would take a pineapple if we get a leg kind of closure, we could get something. Or a top wick first. Like maybe if we get like something like this on the next 30, we're a top wick first, because then like that should take us up. But for some reason it doesn't take us up, and then you start to flip bearish, you can get a wick fill down. Like that's something I'll look to take. But we already have like this rejection here, so that's already a higher low. That's one higher low already, right? So if it wasn't a wick entry right there to come down, then you probably want to see a steeper lower high, because that's what's expected next. Let's see, if you get a top wick, could be 47.03. If you got a top wick, okay? I don't know if you got a top wick. I don't want a top wick, but it is a potential, because that is like the next like minor resistance zone. So you want to account for that. And then you have something here, which you want to see close below. Where is it again? Why did I delete it? Yeah, below here would be nice, like 84. A closure below there. All right. Can we get a runner? I didn't think you'll come down the second time. The first time pushing through, second time as you came up to re-break the highs, I assumed that this was gonna just make a steeper lower high here, but you gotta push down first. Let's see, 1 hour closure, close bearish. You have a wick fill, still top wick could be a thing. 15 close decent. There's no bottom wick. You could get a bottom wick and a reflip, so we'll pay attention to that. Yeah, I think you can get a top wick still. $160. Top wick first on the 1. You said we're definitely gonna get a runner. I don't know. I think we need a top wick to get a runner here, because if you don't get a top wick and the 1 hour comes down first, like this is a top wick, but like a steeper, like as like a liquidity. If you were to get that on the way down, struggling to break 71 could be a little tougher, but yeah, if you get a top wick, then there's a high chance of a runner. So the drawdown could suck for now, but it could be better for the runner. If you can tap like 95 or 03 into those zones there. Do you still think we're in the same cycle as last month? No, I think we transitioned from April to May. Like end of April to May, that was like the start of transition. I think we're starting a new cycle though. Yeah, I think we're in the start of a new cycle for May. I don't think it's picked up like yet, but I think it's bound to pick up like anytime this month. 3 folders still haven't moved price. Eventually it's gonna pick up and give you some direction, hopefully. Hello? I'm to my mic. Hello, hello? All right, weird. How far was this away? This was 37 pips away. Okay, so you did get a steeper top wick. Like this is the scary part, the top wick, like as you expect it, or like the annoying part. So yeah, if you flip, much higher chance to get a runner. I would like to see a 95, a little steeper, but I might be asking for too much. Because I want to see this break. If you can break these highs, like it should go up. And then if it doesn't go up, like as it breaks back into the range, that's a fake out. And if you get a fake out, there's a much higher chance this will rip, like a lot higher compared to where it is from here. Just think about it. If you were to look for sells, like where would you look for sells at, right? If you were in this position, I'll be waiting for a steeper top wick, like a 95 tap and then a fake out. And then the fake out move could be the pineapple or like the continuation. Or maybe just a 1 hour flip and drive, you know? Don Julio. I've been trading for years, and 80% of the time I know and feel what's gonna happen, but I get afraid to take trades because I don't have a reason to take a trade. Maybe because you're feeling it. If you're feeling the trades isn't gonna take you anywhere. Like I can feel like it's gonna come down here, right? But like looking at price, like what's the most logical thing to happen here, right? Like sometimes you gotta just accept it. Like if you think that looking at price here, even if it goes against your trade, like if I'm saying like I'm expecting a top wick here, it's not because I feel it. It's just because like looking at price, like you have a higher low here. So if you get a higher low here and break the size, you're expecting a pop, which is going to give you a steeper top wick, right? So you got to kind of be open to the idea that sometimes you could do an analysis and drawdown for steeper drawdown before you get your actual drive, right? Just using the different time frames and factors. But feeling doesn't mean anything. This price is gonna move how it wants to move, right? And you also gotta execute the trades too. Execute in journal and then build some confidence. That also helps. Because then now you have, like, instead of going on feelings, you have data. Like, oh, this trade right here has, this is a breakout current higher low, right? This has, let's say, 86% win rate. You have something to go off of. But when you don't journal, you're just, like, how would you be able to tell the difference between this trade versus that trade? And so and so. 1,000 pip stop loss is crazy. We've had, this is pretty tight considered. This is actually a pretty tight stop. We've had 2000s like a couple weeks ago, but conditions have slowed down, right? So now stops are a bit smaller. That's just price. All right, could this be the top wick? Right, came down a couple times but couldn't drive down, right? You could be needing a steeper top wick here. So can we get a drive here? How much is this? If you get a 4,700 tap, 140 pip pop, 270, 150, 270 divided by 2 is 135, 140, which is that support zone. Maybe 4,700 could be a wick entry sell if you come up right towards that area with no pullbacks. Wick entry sells could be a thing. And I think the pineapple exit could be 84, which is your support zone if it comes up. I agree, 4760. Yeah, it's a pretty decent pineapple. I mean, I don't want it to come up, right? This just comes straight down, shit, amazing. But if that were to be a case, that could be a scenario, just planning in advance. If we drive, at what point do we go pineapples? If we drive, just let it drive. I don't think I'm gonna add like any more here. Like, I think only if you were to come up first and then close back into the range or come up wick entry sells. But I wouldn't add more here because if the original idea still has a high chance of playing out, right? The idea of a pineapple is kind of useless because then you're just adding more risk. It's only when like we're in trouble, like we can't come down towards this area because you've broken so much structure, but we haven't hit stops. And then at that point, okay, cool. Let's take a pineapple towards a zone where you can make a higher low to continue up, right? But that higher low is like that net profit point. What is pineapple? Pineapple is just another way for me to say a second position, like a second entry. IR ratio is not ideal. Yeah, of course, it's not ideal depending on like how you trade and how you view the charts, right? Everyone has their own like way of viewing things and trading, their own profitability. RR this, RR that. Hey, who's gotten? Whoever took the Red Bull this morning, GG's. Drinking Red Bull and being drawdown is not the best combo. $10 a.m. Could this be the pop? What's up, Richie? I think we took the same sell yesterday, no? Same sell zone. kinda, almost, very similar. And we have like the same BE zones and everything too. I think our pampo at 90. And the entry was at 82. Oh, you had a better entry. Pampo at 90. Anyone else need a comfort eat while trading? Man, that might be stress eating. I cannot eat while in a trade. Hell no. You're crazy. Okay, first closure outside the range is good. I mean, if you can get a pop up, that would be a little better than a shift back into the range. So you still need all of that, right? And it'll make these pushes down the second time a lot stronger than these ones coming down. These ones are very weak. You can see it. $30 minutes still open here. Or 15. You got 2 minutes left for a 15 closure. What's your take on a pampo? Isn't it better to wait for a directional one? As bit also didn't hear too much about pampo. Yeah, if you come up first towards like 4,700 and then closures back below, like back into the range. I'm also thinking of wick entries again at 4,700. If you come up without structure, because then you have your support zone at like 46.84, which is 160, and then this one would be like 110. So then you're net 40 to 50 pips, maybe 35. But that's if it comes up with a structure. Otherwise, yeah, just let price make its way up. And let's say you come up and afterwards you shift back into the range. I'll say below, if anything here could be a little better. Some lower highs, and then that will be like your push, right? And that could be a pump boom. So we'll see. If we create a structure and break the highs, we manage it in small lots. Yeah, management errors are above 47.25. 47.25 above there. If you start to close above there and create structure above there, we'll look to manage ahead of stops, because these are just hard stops that we have. Just don't take a million pineapples here, okay guys, and you'll be okay. What's the ratio on this trade? Depends how much we end up securing. But if we end up securing our TP, it's like a 1 to 10. That's a negative R. Negative 1 R to 10. Let's see, can we get a 95 tap? All right. If you can get that tap and then a shift below 84, things get a bit more, a lot better for us. But you need to get this top wick over with. I know it sucks, but it's just what price shows. Let's see, 30 more pips. And then still no structure. I guess you have a little bit here. We'll see how it looks at 4,700, 4,703. One hour could flip. But the 1 hour didn't really close. Like, it could be missing a top wick on the previous one. This guy takes $20 a day, only to lose about 20 days worth of profit in 1 day when he stops trading. Yeah, but then we make back the 20 days worth of profits within a 3-month span, or a 2-month span, or less. Like, what do you want me to do, bruh? Like, I've been doing this for like 8 years, bruh. Like, how many more trades do you want to see me go and draw down from? How much more drawdown do you want to see before you start to believe that this is what we do every single day? No matter the result, good or bad, we're locked in. We are constantly repeating the same actions over and over and over. And long term, it leads to profitability. But when you, like, you know, select this trade versus 20, like, why don't you talk about the fucking 20 or 60 win streak, or the 60 win streak that we just had, you know? But it's always gotta be a selection of, yo, this loss gonna take up 20 days of wins. Okay, I can say the same thing about a positive RR strategy. You know, you can lose like 9 times in a row, make 1 win at the end back. It sounds good because the ending is a good ending, but you're still at break even. It's the same shit. Positive RR and negative RR is just like how you kind of approach it. But yeah, I you know, like, losses happen. Drawdown happens. No drawdown happens. Profits happen. Like, these are all outcomes that are part of trading, and we can't really do much about it aside from just repeating the same actions. Like how we find our support and resistance, how we deal with the drawdowns, where we manage, you know, where we get the pineapples, how we get the pineapples. But every time we go in drawdown, it's the same convos every time. But you gotta get used to it, because if you know that this is constantly gonna happen, you just gotta accept it. This is what trading is. You know, I don't know. Like, if you don't like it, maybe it's not the right style for you. Maybe it's not too much on your mental load. Something. But that's just trading, man. I can't really do much about that. Hey, we tapped 4,700. Okay, we tapped 4,700, guys. So we got the top wicks deeper than ever. I don't know if we're getting wick entries here, but you could get a top wick for 10. I think this is when things get a little tough, right? Especially if you start closing above 10, because then that's like right above the management zones at 17. So we'll see. We still have a lot of time. The 1 hour candle. But there is some bit of structure here going up. So I think if we were to get a pineapple, it's more so going to be like if you were to close back into the range, because there's no indication of that right now. But we do have a top wick. So we do have a top wick in order to do this. But let's see now if we actually start coming back into the range. Pineapples, yeah, if you come back below 84, there could be pineapples, but I don't know from here if it's going to come back towards 84, right? The same way if we weren't to be in a trade. Because this is in this range now. So now it's between like 47.10 and like here, right? So you do want to see this flip, and then this could be a lower high still, and then yeah, below 47.84, that could be continuation straight down. So I'll give it a bit of time. There's honestly no point of me like engaging in it, because the haters aren't even gonna be here when we get the trade. Remember the 30-hour trade? No, like they weren't even, no one showed up at the end. It was just like, okay, in the drawdown, it's like, here, let me just throw rocks at the glass house. Let me just throw rocks. It's so easy to watch someone from the other side of the screen and draw down and just comment. I know, oh man, that was a bad entry. But then when like things go to profit, it's like crickets, bro. Nowhere to be seen. So it's like no need to entertain it even. Sure reminds you of golf. Yeah, you gotta be a little patient in golf. Double down. I don't think there's any reason to double down if I think the original idea can still play out. You still haven't tapped the bottom of the range, right? That bottom of the range is 46.60. You've only tapped into like 66. Same as the lows as yesterday. So let's see. How long has it been in drawdown for, chat? It's been, we took this trade at what time? 9:43. Chat, it's only been 40 minutes, man. That's like, it's been like less than an hour in drawdown, guys. We gonna lose together, we gonna win together. Possible lower high. Let's see. How much is this top wick even? What, 230? All right. Damn. So he did tap 4,700 straight. Let's see. So how fast does this move down, right? So like you want to like I don't get too excited just yet. The same way when it came down earlier. I think you can get a lower high still. Right, but you would like to see this get filled and then a lower high. That'll be a lot better than just making a lower high here, because if it makes a lower high here, it's gonna be a higher low to go up still. Right, so you want to see this fill this range here. This could just re-break, and how much is this? Shift down like 35 pips and then create a lower high. That'd be perfect. But this drawdown is also good for runners too. Maybe you can extend TP, because if you came down this far up just to come back down again, you re-break the 4 lows, This 4 low can literally come all the way through until like 46.50. So maybe it can give us a runner. I mean, we'll try it. We'll move it down towards here and we'll just have BE zones and trail stops, but I'll move my TP down. We'll try a runner. Why not, right? But yeah, just be aware of, the only thing is just the BEs. Just have that secured, right? 47, 46.70. So 200 pips away from there. Wait, Turco, you got the wick entries? Did anyone? Did you guys get wick entries? Anyone else get wick entry sales at 4,700? Got wick entry sales at 96. Yeah, 96. Damn. So 80 B's would be around 82. This 15, you want to see a flip though. Actually, hold on, 2 minutes for a leg candle. Maybe not a flip yet. Maybe weak bullish closure won't be too bad. Because if it flips, it's going to be a leg candle, which is not good in this case. Because it's going to fill the wick up, right? If that's a leg candle. 5 don't look too good though. Let's just look at the 15. How about that? Got 46, got 4,700, 4,690. Wow, you got 3 entries in this one. 4680 and 4696. Target is 4720. Oh, you're in a buy. You're in a whole different dimension. Whole different trade. Man, fuck the leg candle. Hey, we can't switch up on the leg candle just because it's going against us. 1 minute though. I don't think it's gonna happen. I don't think it's gonna flip. 15 seconds. How much time? 1 second. Okay, 15 closed. Weak bullish. So it's good. Not a leg candle. It's still a bullish candle. So not the greatest, but still, you can expect the top wick. Wick fill, maybe the entire wick can get filled, and then once you flip after that, it looks a lot better. Or you can come down as well. But I think at least half of the wick fill, because it's a bullish closure. It is still holding. I will say that. That's a good thing. On the 15, it's still holding these ranges to the left here, so that's good. But that doesn't mean you can't get a wick fill first, right? It's still bullish. So maybe a wick fill towards 4,700. And then a rebreak of lows would be nice. And that can give you a continuation. Feels like a fake out drive up. It could be. This could have been a fake out. We'll only find out above 17. Is this the volume? It's holding pretty well. If it let's see, can it make its way down towards 84? You need to close below 84 here. Did it just lag? Hello? I think the stream, did the stream end? Hello? 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 I think we're good now. What was that though? I got scared for a second. Lag? Yeah, my thing got... That was weird. I was like, why is it frozen? I thought Blueberry was frozen. I'm like, really, bruh? In this trade? Your MT5 froze too? Hold on. Wait. Everyone froze just now? Nah, this Iceman Rolo is insane. He literally meant freeze the world. He meant it. Freeze the world. I think this 30 might go up. 30? Let's see. Could be. I think you can get a wick. You can definitely get a wick fill, or like at least half of the wick fill could be doable. But yeah, if you don't get a wick fill, you should just drop down. You know, that'll be nice too. I'll take that. Chat, the only way I will stream Iceman today is if we get a 100 pip runner. If we get a 100 pip runner today, 100 pips plus, we'll do a live stream for Iceman. If you don't get a runner for 100 pips plus, then no Iceman stream. Everyone's saying runners though. Leg candle in the minute. Yeah, the leaks are real, but I don't want to listen to them. You think this might make another higher low? I think it's making a higher low right now. It's in the process of making a higher low. Whether it's a higher low or a lower low, we'll find out, because it can also just push through and be a lower low, right? But until you actually break 84, any of this could be higher lows to still rip up. Yes, that is, I think, still doable, especially since the 30. You see how the 30 closed like bullish here? It's still holding the ranges on the 30, so that's good. But that doesn't mean you can't get like a top wick on a 30 or a flip on a 30, right? So if you get this on a 30, you flip bullish, re-break the highs, fill that range, half of that wick, and then you re-break the lows again. It's gonna look like this. And if it looks like this, GG's. Like GG's, that's your runner. That's your pop. Because then what happens here is like you opened up, you came down early on that bearish candle. You came all the way back up for a high, right here, same highs. And then you came all the way back down, and then you came up again. If that were to happen, that's structure now. You re-break the lows, that's a drive. Whereas right now, you look kind of like this. Like this is how you look right now. So you see how you don't have that lower high yet? So that lower high and that top wick on a 30 will come together as one if that were to happen. And then that's the structure. Now you have lower highs, right? Because if from here it looks like this can easily just be a lower higher low to go up, right? So you need something to get rid of the idea, which is a pop up and then a pop into the range. That would help this a lot. So that's why I mean, like sometimes like I may want to go up against our trade, but not for the sake of going against, just for like price action, so you can clear that idea, so we can get our thing playing out quicker. You did not do multi-entry? No, not. We haven't had a pounds in a while. We could get one today, maybe. You see the ice smash stream about to be lit. Let's see. This is 200 pips. 100 pips would be what? 4663. Could this be it? Patience. Where's TP, by the way? TP is, oh shit, I'm on the wrong. TP is 47.75 or 46.52.65. And then these white lines that you see in the way down are like our break even and trail stop zones and all of that. Third-minute flips here at 9.2. So 9.2 up towards 9.5 will be minimum. Where's your BE gonna be? Breaking the 4 lows, or does it depend on how? My BE, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be 46.70, so 27 pips in profit. There's no bottom wick zone right here. We need volume though right now. Could this be the volume? Oh, I'm mudded. Yeah, that if the 1 hour close is below 89, yeah, that'll be good. That'll be the same as the 30. I think same concept though. 1 hour top wick and then come down. Maybe we can be out by 11:20, 11:30, 11:20. You want to get this wick fill over with. If you can just fill it, like right here, just go fill it. Fill the wick up. Go up, gold. 98. Boom. Back into the range. Flips. That flip should take you to retest the lows. Maybe a 15 lay. I think Trump in China affected anything. I did not know that he was in China. It depends what comes out of it. Yeah, I think for sure whatever comes out of that. Could be why it's ranging. We did have retail sales today, right? What was today? Retail sales? I totally forgot about retail sales. That was at 8:30. I didn't even feel like it. Did you flip there? I Then you flip. So struggling to push up, which is a good sign. Can it make it slow now? Let's see. Could we come down below 83? Chat, if you guys are enjoying the stream, hit the like button. We are in drawdown. I know it's not fun, but I'm sure there's a bunch of lessons that are being taught right now in the drawdown. Either it's discipline, patience, or just ideas. Something. But if you took something away from this live stream so far, feel free to hit the like button. I'm in DD, I'm sleepy. Is this an invisible candle? I don't think so. What's the plan, boss? Just wait the drawdown out. For now, it's not much I can really do. We have plans to manage, but we're not anywhere near those areas in drawdown. And then we have plans to manage and profit. We're not anywhere near the profit areas. So just waiting this drawdown out. It's the most I can do right now. Let price do price. Used to be I'm on pins and needles when I'm in drawdown. Chat, on a scale of 1 to 10, how relaxed is everybody in this trade? On a scale of 1 to 10, how much on a scale of 1 to 10, how much anxiety or how you feeling? How calm are you? I'm a little bit angry but chill. Yeah, drawdown's annoying. Like, can't count that out. Like, it is annoying. But when you enter, that's when you enter and like you get the first 10 minutes of drawdown, that's usually when your heart's pumping the most. And after, like at this point, you're just kind of, all right, what's gonna happen now? One hour can close nice, 13 minutes. You think it made the higher low? I think was it you who asked earlier? Same thing. I think same answer right now. Still, I don't know if this is a higher low until you actually break above 47.95, right? Because this can also still be lower highs up here, and then that might have been enough to take us down, and that is a possibility. But until you break up here, I wouldn't know. Like, we are at the higher low for now. Can we jump into sell now? I think that would be a different idea. I think if you jump into sell now, that would be a totally different idea compared to what I entered. So if you have valid ideas, for sure, take your positions. That's gonna be a different idea. Different price point, different BE, right? Different target. Yeah, nice 54 pips though. We chillin'. Sheesh. Wait, what app is that, Savio? Guys, don't say 24-hour stream, please, bro. I can't give you guys one 24-hour stream a month. This is man, that 24-hour streamers are. I guess that's our punishment. Oops. Playing music by accident. Rebuke. I rebuke. Yeah, Jacob got me a ring. 11:20. 30 more minutes here. If the 1 hour could flip before the closure, you could get a lecandle closure. But you only got 10 minutes here. How much is this flip? 100 pips. That's not too bad at all. All right, coming up again. Tapped 84. Sell from 46.96 and now BE. Is that a good idea? 96 BE now. I think that's a pretty good idea for sure. Trail stops and profit. Why wouldn't you want trail stops and profits? Look, here's some. Overseas never dropping. Soon. Maybe we get a runner here. You mean 46.55? Okay, that's two different ideas. Nice 6. 46.55. Isn't it 46.55 down below? Aren't you in drawdown then? Non-profit? Or am I tripping? When was the last 24-hour stream? March 20th. March 20th. Oh, leg candle on the minute. I mean, waiting for 46.55 from 46. So I'm just confused. I'm trying to read your history here. Sell from 46.96 and now BE. Is that a good idea, or keep the stop loss? I mean 46.55. I mean waiting for 55 from 96. You got. I'm confused because you said you're incels and then you mean 55, but then that's coming from below up. So that means that has to be a buy. And you said you're waiting for a 55 from 96, so like you're waiting for this range to clear out now. Like, Because earlier you also said the RR is crazy. And then now you switched up. Now you want to ask a question. I'm just confused. The RR is crazy, but I was in sales before. Wait, why did you delete his messages? What the hell? Bro, that was not me this time, bro. I swear. I did not time you out. That was Jordy. Fuck, man. Jordy, why'd you do that? Bro, that was not me, bro. Like, don't leave for another 2 weeks again, okay? Fuck. Nah, he never coming back again. Looks like algorithm is accumulating short orders using those relative equal lows. 4710 relative equal lows seem to indicate lower prices. Just my 2 cents. Thanks. All right, thank you, man. Thank you for your 2 cents. I appreciate it. Thank you. Are you gonna stay here till TP? You TP or BE or stops? Yeah, we'll be here for the trade us out. It could be 30-hour streams, could be less, could be 11:20. Hey, Richie, is there a way to tell if is there a watch time thing on YouTube? I gotta see how long people been watching for it before they ask a question. Sometimes, you know, fuck. I gotta see the XP. The watch time hours. I know Twitch has one. I don't know if YouTube has one. Nightbot? Is that a thing? I don't think I have it set up. Thank you, bro. I appreciate you, Carl Eats. I'm just confused, bro. You be switching back and forth. Really like that 5-minute rejection. Yeah, you gotta re-break out lows. There's the volume is gonna like a little bit of lower highs, like just a little bit of lower highs. So that's a good sign, but you need like an actual directional pop here, like, or something something that can clear out this entire range within like a 1-2 pop. 3 minutes left, maybe. 1 hour closure looking pretty good. I will say that I do like that 1 hour closure. It looks like the 30. Right, the only thing about the 30 is that we wanted to see a top wick fill, and then I push down. You didn't get the top wick fill, so that is still available to do. Maybe the 1 hour count could do it. You got the same wick fill in the 1 hour time frame, so maybe you can open up top wick first, and then if that kind of flips bearish, you can start heading down to re-break the lows. So the earlier that push up happens, the better it will be for us. Otherwise, if it takes like, let's say 30 minutes to come up, that's a lot of structure, so you don't want to see that. Let's see. Another lower high here. Spreads are okay. It's not bad. You got to break below 82 here. I'm new here. What's up, man? I actually can't check the timeout. I can't check if you have the time. I can't undo it. It's not Twitch. I don't know how. It doesn't even say. It just says put user in timeout. It doesn't say how long. Or undo. Jerome? No, it's washed. No more Jerome. Jerome's not here no more. Next FOMC is gonna be pretty big, huh? First FOMC with the new chair. What's your strategy? The DVS strategy. The DVS strategy. So a lot of it is price action, candle theories. Wick at your sells. Yeah, selling lows, buy high. Sometimes you sell low, buy high. Depends on like what time frame you look at it from. If you look at on the monthly, we're actually selling high right now. Y'all ever thought about that? Selling high. You got this entire range here. Eh? That could be a thing. That could be a thing. This is nice for a 1 hour celery play. Oh yeah. W cookie. W idea, bro. That is a 1 hour. This will be a 1 hour celery play. I remember. Because this is a bullish candle closure below the range. Next candle breaks the lows. You can get a pop. Hey, any celery entry takers still in the chat? Oh, here we go. 1 hour closure, guys. Can we get a 1 hour close leg candle? Oh, I got scared. I was like, this. It closed doji. That's not a leg candle. I don't see any leg candles here, so this is good. Let's see. Can we get a bottom wick? Can we get a 100 pip Iceman runner for the 24 hour or for the release party? I was in for a sell, but A market pulled back. So you keep position open until tomorrow if it doesn't come back to entry or hit stops. I will keep the position open until we manage it, until it hits profit, BE, stops. Yeah, like our trades don't usually last like too long. Like my average trades are like, I think it says 41 minutes hold time. But a lot of it, I think this is due with my 60 hour or 30 hour trade that we had. We had a 30 hour trade. I think sometime in fucking March. So that's why that number is pretty high. But it's usually like 5, 10, 15 minutes. Okay, 1 hour has no bottom wick, or not the one. The 30 has no bottom wick. That's the only thing here. But I don't see why you would come back down here if it wasn't going to drive down. I think the only thing you might be missing here is a lower high. I don't know how much trust I have in these lower highs right now. Like you could get a steeper lower high, or you can just get another lower high here to continue. That won't be bad as well. But yeah, our BE zones chat is just remember 46.70, so 27% profit. Same area still. I'm not going to extend that. We did extend the TP though, in case it does rip through. But aside from that, yeah, just BE right there, and then trail stops are going to be like right below it probably. 39 pips away was the closest we've gone in drawdown to in profit again with that low. So can we get a pop? Is it a leg candle on like the 1 hour time frame? On trading view? You can always treat it like one, that's the thing. So it's a very small buy though. Now, this is the only issue I think. If these highs came up to tap into like, if you filled the wick first, it wouldn't have been a problem now, right? So sometimes like you want to just get over with, because later on as it comes down, like you're not worried about that issue no more. So if you had a top wick up here earlier that filled the wick and then it came down, this would drive a lot sharper. But you didn't fill the wick, you didn't create another high. So the only thing left to do is make more highs if it were to play out, like the only scenario. But even if this makes a lower high here, it's not going to change much. It's still within the same ranges. So there's nothing significant happening. Not that I'm down the idea, right? But just like doubting like when it could drive. Let's see. Hopefully I'm wrong, and hopefully this thing just rips right through. But there could be a steeper top wick. I can't really read the 1 hour too. It's a doji, but you can treat it as a leg candle, so it's a little tricky. 4 hour idea is still there. Like our original idea, chat. That idea, the original idea is the fact that we tapped the middle of nowhere all of these times here, and the bottom of the range is going to be more so of like 46.60. So like that's like kind of where we're looking at target. But it's just a small time frame that needs to link up and add up now. Any pineapple exiters? Everyone got pineapples are exiting now. Congratulations. Good shit. I mean, if you had 90s, 4700, amazing entry. Trail stops. You can get a runners. TP where I have 4652, but 4600, 4660 is a pretty tough area, and 4670s are BE zone. So at that price point, no matter what happens, we're moving stops to break even. And then 69.06 is trail stops. And then if it runs below 65, I think that could be runners. Hey, 1 minute close below 7. 1 minute, I guess the minute. It's not really driving, like its spreads are, it's like just hovering here. That's a 5 minute leg candle, by the way. This might take you back up. How much is the wick fill? It's only 30 pips. How much time do you have left in the one? 2 hours left in the one. So this is not bad, like the 1 hour time frame. The 4 hour time frame, because you have 2 hours left. The first hour came down, and then you came all the way up towards here, and then now you're here. So now you have a bit more structure. It's a lot better for the 4 hour time frame, and you only got 2 hours left. So could the rest of the 2 hour candle just shift down? Right, that would make this 4 hour candle just make its way down. That'll be nice if we can be part of that. Bluer markets could give you valuation regarding spread execution and sub-bid and any lag issues. Yeah, there's been like spreads are pretty consistent. Execution speed, I'll say it's pretty regular. Slippage, I get slipped on buy limits or pending orders, but that's because I use a copy trader. So that might be the copy trader. And regarding everything else is pretty straightforward. It's only froze like maybe twice for me, like ever, or 3 times, like ever. And when it froze for like 15 minutes, 10 minutes, but it hasn't happened like over a year, I'll say. Problems during volatility, news events, no, I haven't had any issues. But I also don't take buy stops and sell stops on news events, right? But yeah, if I were to answer that. Are you in sales right now? Yes, we are in sales at 4673.34. Five left. Okay, we got a top wick now, so that's a little better. If you can come down and re-break the lows. I think this is the issue though. You see how it's been like only one constant pop before it ranges? Pop, range, right? And then you had another pop, range. It's not, you want to see a pop, like a pop for volume. So that's why it's like kind of unpredictable here for me. from where we are to come down, because you can, like, this isn't enough room to get a pop. If you pop, you'll be in profit, right? But like if you were to get, let's say like top wick, and then that's like one pop that cleared the whole range, that's volume, and then you get a pop back into the range and then pop here, like if that were to happen, then GG's, man. Like that's runners for days. Because then you can tell, like looking at volume, that after this massive move that corrected this entire range within one candle, that you coming back down below these ranges, that's continuation. But from here, it's a little harder to tell, right? Like sure, it can come down, but to read the volume here is a little tougher because it hasn't showed any confirmations on the way down for volume. It was very slow. How much was this? This was 100. This was about 80. 80. So maybe we can hover. 400 viewers, nice. W400. Everyone loves to tune in when we're in drawdown. If you guys are enjoying the stream, hit the like. Hit the like button. We're almost at 125,000 subs. I think we're at 80, like 50 pips away. Thanks for the answer. What are your top 3 brokers for trading gold? I only trade on Blueberry, so that's all I can really give. W Benzo. If I'm correct, right now the one daily is bullish trend, so supposedly we should enter buy, right? If that's your strategy, yes. Like if you are heavily reliant on like the higher time frame and you only want to take it with that bias, you could. But like whether it's like bullish or bearish, like there's always 2 ways to get in and out, right? Either you're looking for the initial trend or looking for the initial pullback part. Depends what move you're looking to grab in that range, right? Because this is the range that I see we're in, and I saw that we have rejected these areas, which is not really too much of a heavy support zone. I'm looking more so of this, so I would expect that the range will get filled even if this were to be bullish, because you need liquidity to go up, right? Liquidity to go up, would it be this? I mean, that could pop up for sure, but would that be liquidity? It's a little tougher to say, right? But what if you get this as a push down and then that as a push up? If that were to happen, then is that liquidity to go up? For sure, right? Back into the range, continuation. Now, what if you get a pop down and then like a bullish closure holding, right? And that's just continuation. So it depends what you're trying to grab. Like if you're looking for the initial buys like this to continue, you could, right? But this is a pretty massive range, so it's like pretty doable for both ends to take. Monthly highs, that's where we have it. The monthly highs, actually. The previous one, I don't think so. But this one, yeah. What about the 1 hour let? Yeah, the 1 hour let is a little tricky because it's like a doji. If it was bullish, I'll consider the wick fill or like at least half of it, and it could still happen at 95 zones. That'll be the break of this high too. Yeah, no, it's a little tricky because it's like a doji. I think like if it were to be like a lot more bearish like this maybe, then that'll be a leg candle, then that would really suck. check trading view. Trading view, same thing. It's like a weak bear unless you have a different broker. But in these instances, you can probably expect the top wick either way, right? If it's a leg candle, you'll see the formation of that form anyways. Good. Coming up here a lot quicker. This is good. Like if the stronger it comes up, the stronger you can kind of break out of this like cycle, because it's just very slow within these ranges. So you want to see some significant volume. Even if it goes up, it's good too, because it breaks that cycle, right? If it comes up like that and it starts shifting back into the range, then that's perfect. We can look for maybe pineapples too. Below 84. Break out 30-minute lows. Yeah, the flip should be good. Futures. GC is probably why. That is probably why. Come on, gold. Movement. I think we're still in that same territory, because even if you get a one pop down, you need a back-to-back, right? If you get one pop down, you'd be back at the BEs. It won't be enough to confirm that we can get volume yet. So if you come up higher, then you have more range to come down ahead of time. So then you can tell a lot quicker. What strategy used? The DVS strategy, and then yes, we do scalp. This is all considered scalping for me. So we average like 3 trades a week. Trades can last from this time to that time, but most of our trades are usually done within 10 to 15. Could we extend TP again? Now that we have a bit more structure. I think the wick fill will be the top of the blue range, so we'll keep an eye out for that. Confluence's price action. Like today was based off of the 4-hour candle, the 4-hour range fill, and the bottom wick area is needed down here in these zones. So we're looking to, we took the wick entry, we actually took a wick entry sell, but yeah, looking to just continue down towards at least like 60 or 5-1 today off of that range. And on a small time frame, what we did was wait for price to break out this range, wait for some volume to come in, and then we noticed that there wasn't much structure coming down. So the first pullback is what we'll look for wick entry sells. And the first pullback up, we took wick entry sells here, and it didn't reject there, came up towards here. So there's been drawdown ever since. And our stops are based, since we took on the 4, our stops are based on the 4 as well. So 4 highs up here are our stops, and then management zones are above here. If price were to break above 47.17, 47.25, we'll look to manage it. Not like just the first break, but break, and then if it creates structure, then at that point we're looking to get out, because then the trade's invalid, right? But if you continue to hold that zone, this could still mirror this range down. So that's like a higher time frame idea, shifting down to the lower time frame ideas. Pretty simple concepts. Let's go on the minute. Yeah, minute is pretty slow. So no volume on the way up as well, which is not a good thing going up. You want to see volume on the way up. No indicators, no. I mean, candles. Candles are good indicators. Candles are the only indicators that I use. Chat, did you guys know candles are indicators? Like, that's an indicator. So we do use indicator. They're candles. Right? You can select which candles too. You can select like Japanese candlesticks, Fibonacci, all that. It's honestly not that far. It's like 130 pips, right? It's like, remember the 2,000 pip drawdown? We're like, it's honestly not that far. It's only 1,000 pips. Could this be a fake out on the minute? If it breaks below the blue zone, it could be interesting. We'll see. We need volume though. Below 81. Six-hour candles? No, I don't watch the 6. I only look at the 4, the 1, the daily, weekly, monthly, 30, 15, 5, and 1. L volume. Iceman freezing the charts. Oh man. Chat, who here thinks that if you push down on gold that this will be liquidity versus directional? Looking at the 4-hour time frame. If you were gonna jump up first pop down here, what would you consider this? Would you think that this is gonna be a directional, or you think it's gonna be a liquidity to come back up? That's directional liquid. After a top wick form, I think it would be directional. Liquidity, directional, it's pretty 50-50. liquidity directional. Since price is ranging, this is the directional liquidity. Huh? Directional liquidity. I think that makes sense, yeah. Because then all you gotta do after that, for it to be directional, all it needs after the breakout is a bullish closure. Or like something holding this zone. And if it holds that zone, it breaks the lows, like at that point, that's directional. This entire thing gets corrected. But then it can also, if it doesn't print that higher low, it can just kind of do this. And double fake out maybe. Who knows? How much is that though? I mean, yo, you had 3 folders this week, huh? CPI, PPI, and today retail sales. Still no movement. Or no direction. Only thing worrying me is third leg with the wick at 47.18. Yeah, this is the only thing that's kind of hard to look at. The 1 hour 47.18. This right here, yeah, that's also another thing too. Yeah, if it comes up towards there, especially above hold 10, you're gonna get a pop. But maybe you need liquidity to go up there. Maybe you need liquidity to go up there. Because then if it's directional, then you should get liquidity down first. Then we'll be out the trading profit. If it's not directional, then we're going to get some more drawdown, which could be Asian, could be London. Friday and white tomorrow drop. Oh man, it's a Thursday going into a Friday. So hopefully not a 30-hour trade. Oh man. How many pops do you need to enter a trade? That's really depend on the situation. Sometimes we might not even need pops. Like bursts of volume, you mean? It just depends on the situation. If you're already, like, it depends on what part of a cycle you're in. If you're in like a range cycle, I'll probably require a lot more volume before getting directional moves. If we're in range / liquidity cycle, then a lot less, because then you can just take wick entries. If we're in a directional, then a lot less, because you can just take wick entries as well. So it just depends on the circumstances of the scenario we're in. It's all different each trade, right? A lot of times 15 close leg too. Cinema. No, please, bro. I don't, man. I do not want to be here till tomorrow. I don't want to be here until Asian. I don't want to be here past 12. Let's see. Re-breaking the highs here. So can we get volume on this move up at least? Like, just give us a 150 pip pop up or something. Something just to clear this out. $82 pips down, support at 80. Yes, something here on the way down for later. Maybe after 1 hour close. 30-minute closure right here, guys. 2 minutes. Okay, I know it gets a little dreadful at these hours, but we gotta do this. Be disciplined. Pre-market ranges, pre-market management points, pre-market TPs. And there's really nothing we can really do right now. We just gotta sit back and, you know, chill out. Chill out. That's the half stop unless we close above 90. Yeah, you can flip here. Since Trump is in Beijing, the price gonna pump at 4900 at 3 MGMT. When we need Jordy. That's what we need. I don't mind being drawdown, but like when it's drawdown and like not moving, that's like the most annoying like thing ever. Like I'd rather us be popping up like 190 pips here. Because the result's already done. We already know the result. BE, stop loss or TP, you know, it's just like the length of it is what can't really control. Do you answer DMs? Yeah, I do. On Instagram, for sure, for sure. For sure, for sure. Hey, take your buys. We need this to come down. What are you looking for today? Looking to be out of this position. Panzo, you really playing Candy Crush right now, man? Well, where's your TP? That looks really low. Unless you got like that's a minute. Good. Good old days. Chat, do y'all think we're gonna be here until Asian? Be honest. On a scale of 1 to 10, how long you think we're gonna be here for today? Man, this thing is not giving me no hope to say that's NY session, that's for sure. Yep, to Asian. Shit. I think 5 p.m. The sweat has dried, bro. Need a sweat again? Fuck, bro. Let me change the music. You're right. This thing is... Let's play some other lo-fi. Alright. Four-hour could flip here. I think you need to break this high again, chat. Looking at it, like I think this needs to be filled first. So the quicker it fills, the better. I think that's all we can really control, or all we can really hope for. But if you can fill that quick, I'm saying before 12. If you can fill that before 12, you can start shifting down a lot earlier. How much is this? You gotta move. It's 120 pips. Can't be that tough, right, gold? Put on the Game of Thrones. Oh, I gotta watch that. I actually only watched the last episode. $132 likes to say chat, thank you. Maybe 30-minute flip. Maybe 30-minute doesn't look too bad. I didn't realize 30-minute close here, but 30-minute close like bullish, holding the ranges. So top wick first. You can fill that 1 hour wick fill and flip. That'll be perfect. I would not complain. $47, $46.17. Where's stop loss? It is 47.75.97. TP is 46.52. I think TP is that is around 190 pips, around there. Is what we'll try to get, right? But I don't think we're gonna get the full 190. We'll get a. I think we can get a trail stops though. Or maybe we'll get a TP. Why he tell me to check Ethiopian to the USD? Is that a confluence or something? Shout out to the weekend. Still no volume. You need a back-to-back pop, right? So let's see if I can start doing that. Got a little move down here. You need to move probably another two times of that. Down towards 78. And then from 78 down towards 71. And then from 71. I think the only thing is like the 4-hour time frame, right? Because that can still flip if you're on this broker. That can still flip bullish on the 4. So if the 1-hour time frame comes up, makes it fills that wick, fills that range at 47.01, and then it starts to come back down and re-break the lows, that 4 candle is gonna likely continue to push, because then that will clear out the idea that that can still flip. Like we had one earlier, right? But now you have a 1-hour wick fill. So this did help a bit, but if you can get another lower high, that'll help even more on the 4. Otherwise, the 4 can still flip and drive, right? This can still be the 4-hour closure. Although it may be a leg candle, so then maybe you can take pineapples later on anyways. We should be good in this trade. But yeah, this is kind of where we're at and what's thrown at us right now. Come on, goals. Just sit, chat. BRB 1 minute. Let me get some water, and we're gonna refresh for this rest of the session. Did my man leave the charger? Yo, bro, I can't leave my spot, bro. I'm like stuck. All right. I just spoke to Jerome Powell. He said that the markets are about to move. Now, this sounds like an Iceman beat. Okay, the minute. It's okay, it's starting something. I think it could be a bit better. If you can get another half of this, that'll be a good indication. So if you can come down towards here within one motion as well, and not like just like slowly come down, then yeah, this should be good. That'll be a back-to-back pop. That'll be a pop, right? Otherwise, you're just constantly getting a pop, pullback range, pop, pullback range. So you want to see that for volume or to break this cycle. The 5's not bad though. 15 rebroke the lows too. 15's looking pretty good. How much time left? 2 minutes for a 15 closure. Let's see, can we get a drive? 70 pips away. What time frame? It's up here. You see my up here? This is the 5, 15, 30, 1, 4 daily, weekly, monthly, the minute. So I just constantly just change throughout my time frames. Just have a habit of doing that. Don't worry, good. We got the Penzo power play. What's the Penzo power play? That's new. I just remembered Penzo's in this trade, so we take for real. Penzo is in this trade. Why am I even worried? We good. We good. We good, bruh. Penzo's in this trade. With this last trade, you were anticipating to fill the bond wick and went booms. Yeah, like this trade, I wasn't expecting drawdown. I mean, when I get in, you know, I always don't expect drawdown, but yeah, this one, I was expecting, like when we got, it was a wick entry sell, so it wasn't just like selling the low. It was like wait for a pullback and then just to retest the lows. But my zones are probably off. Like maybe I missed out on this higher time frame idea that we needed a steeper top wick. But yeah, that's what led us to kind of the drawdown here, because it was just more so of like I took in this move as directional. Maybe I should have waited for another pop instead to confirm that directional, but I used that as a directional move. So then when it pulled back, I took wick entry sells to retest the lows or come down towards that no bottom wick right there. And it came down a bit barely and then just ripped back up for a steeper high, and then that ended up correcting the entire move down. But the good thing now though is that you do have more range and more potential because of the lower highs you made. So there's some plus out of this drawdown. Choose your fighter. How is he not distracted by the song? Yo, y'all remember this song? This that YouTube song. This is that the YouTube intro. 2018 YouTube. Musically, was that an app? Holy, I forgot about that app. What's that one app where, is it Thriller? What's that one app where you used to make songs on? Like, I remember making one for Under the Sea. The Disney song, Under the Sea. Did you enter yet? No, we're just waiting for entries though. Garage Band? No, it was like a acapella app or something like that. There's an upcoming trade fight. Who's fighting? You know who I haven't seen in a while? Where's Farzo? He's been missing for like a couple weeks now. kind of missed the guy. I suggest you to make support at that point. Make buy, not sell. Why you not take sell at 4707? This is not sell entry. Farzo busy editing his video with Iceman. What's up, DMS? What's going on, man? $10 minutes until 1 hour close. Will we be out before the 1 hour close? Got a little lower high here. So after this first move down, you came up for a lower high. Very minor stuff, but something. Have you ever flipped an account? Yeah, we flipped. I flipped a 1K, a 30K in 2024. Like by flipping, you mean like full degen, right? Yeah, we did that in 2025. I think 2024, April, or was it 2023 April? No, it was 2024 April. This account, we're not really trying to flip this. We're just trading this account as we would trade any other account. So this is just taking it very slow, very easy, and just showing up and repeating the same process every day. The 130K, I think it took us 3 days, 3 to 4 days. So that was when gold was like all-time highs in April that year. So it was a lot more volatile. Not as volatile as last year. It was a lot less volatile, but last year was on crack. This year was on crack in January. But I probably won't be we probably won't be doing that anytime soon. Another YouTube video in the making of this trade. Don't say that, bro. Don't say that. You still have the conviction that will come down. Yeah, so if I'm in a trade, it means that I still have my idea that goes with it. So that's why I'm not exiting. That's why we have levels to manage it. If it goes against us, we have stops placed. We have levels to manage if it goes with our trade, with our direction. I wouldn't be in if I didn't believe in it. So, but there's not much I can really do now, right? I believed in this trade before I got into it. I believe that we'll hit stop loss, TP, BE, trail stops, right? The scenarios are all done and set for. It's just a matter of where price is going to drive. So we have everything set and ready to go. It's just up to price now to move. Yes, before the 1 hour close into tomorrow. No. Tomorrow's Friday. Go, please, bruh. Like, I don't want to be here for another 12 hours. Aren't you low-key afraid that once it sweeps, it bounces back up quick, fast? What, like after it comes down to break 46.70, 46.69? and it comes up fast, we have BE zones before the break. And if it comes up first, then that'll be good, because well, not good for the trade, but good for like volume and direction, because we'll find a way to exit earlier. Or it can go with our move faster, because if there's a quick move up followed by a quick move down would be our position, right? So no, like if anything, I want to see like a break. Like even if it comes up above 01, like you want to fill that 1 hour leg candle, get that over with. Right? Because then we'll manage it if it like breaks, continues closing above here, and then continues to create structure. Right? Because this could be a fake out still. First break outside this range, you can still come down. You'll fill this leg candle as well. So if that were to happen, and then you shift back down, then no, I wouldn't be afraid. If anything, this would be good for us. But if it, talking about the move down first, if it sweeps, then we'll be BE or trail stops in profit. So it's just the middle of the range. Yeah, we have DVS 01. That's where I call out all my trades. So that is right here. So today's trade, 943 entered, and then everything on my screen that I'm doing shows here. The last trade, all right, last trade, that's all in here. If it keeps respecting about 46.89 and 46.84, we should be good. Yeah, he's got to drive down here. It just takes one push. It's really only 100 pips away. That's not too much. That's like a 1 minute candle. That is not too much to ask for. Online games? Not right now. Not right now. I was playing iRacing. Anyone play iRacing here? I feel like no one plays iRacing. Watches hockey here. No one here likes what I do. GT7. That's too sweaty. That's a different type of sweaty. Yeah, except trading, I guess. You're right, we do all trade. That is true. And you come down below 46.79. Add another position. What time did that one play out? 11. Basketball, football, and football for me. You watching the playoffs right now, right, Reggie? Hey, who won yesterday? The Cavs. Yeah, this thing is dead. If we weren't in a trade, I'll be hopping off for sure. If not, 11 at 12. 1 minute for a 1 hour close though. This is it. This will determine if we're gonna be here for another hour or the rest of the session. Because if this comes up, then we'll have volume, I think. One hour close, much better than the last candle. It's a bullish closure now, holding that range, so that's good. Could be the same mirror of these areas. $115 pips in drawdown now. I went out a bit, missed the entry. Should I enter? If you enter, it's gonna be a different idea. So like, it's gonna be a different price point, different BE. Like I wouldn't re-enter the same price point. I'll choose a much better idea. Right? How much is this range? 50 pips, okay. Yeah, I think 89 or 79 has a break. That's like your zone where you want to see it like close below and hold. Because that could also be a minor support that rejects off to come back up, right? On the one. Let's see. If it breaks below here, we'll be 50 pips away. Could this be the one? I'm getting sleepy. Come on, chat. I need entertainment. Where's everyone at? I'll check it. I'll take a look at my Instagram later. Nah, I'm the streamer. You gotta be the entertainer. All right, here we go. What's this gonna be? Light or sound? I think that was my sound. I think sound. I think that was sound still. All right, man. Let's get out this drawdown, please, bro. Please, please. Let's see. 60 more pips to go, guys. Can we get a pop here, man? Can we get a pop here? Let's go. Chat, we need some music. I think this music is kind of like throwing us off a little bit. Need some. Some. Come on. TP. Let's go. TP. Come on, gold. 50 more pips, man. Do not flip on the 1 hour time frame. Do not flip. Hold that zone. Re-break the lows. Drive straight to where you need to drive to. And then do whatever you want. Holding. Hold on. You might get the glitch here. Hold on. You might get the glitch. You're breaking the lows. You are breaking the lows. Third time's a charm. Let's see. Third time breaking the lows. Can it push? It's got to. Oh, you broke the lows. Can it drive down? Spreads are kind of wide still. I'm not gonna lie, but hopefully that's not an issue. Let's see. Can you drive? Is this gonna be the one? How far are you? 30 pips? You got activated? Let's go. Now everybody's in. Oh wait, you still have the 30-minute breakout lows there? Wow. Come on, gold. You're holding still. It's good. It's holding 7-9. You really want to see that hold, chat, because that's the previous resistance that you have, right? So now you're in between here and like not even there, like towards here. So hopefully a runner, because that, you know, I mean, if there's no runner, it's a break-even trade, and it is what it is. Some discipline we got today, but you know, sometimes when there's drawdown for that long, you want something out of it at least. So we can only hope for a runner. It's really up to price here. Been swinging all hour. Swing trade. Come on. Here we go. Coming down. How close is this? 20 pips away. It shouldn't be taking this long though. Like the volume is, you know, I think it could be a bit better. I think earlier you had the much better volume. So you need to replicate that, but you do have one large push here, so that's very good. That breaks you out of this kind of structure and range here, right? Because this is the most volume you've had since, so that's good. Just fill the range. So yeah, chat, just a reminder, break even is 4670.59, 4669 is trail stop. So when it comes down towards 4669, I'll move my stop loss from break even to 4670. I'll just trail towards the previous zone, and then I think we have more below here too. I think below 66 is where like it's gonna be clean traffic. But yeah, we'll be aware of all these zones here, so don't mind them on the way down. They're just BE zones and trail stop zones, so just make sure you have that preset because it could be quick. Okay, is this a leg count in the minute? I think this is a minute leg candle fill right now. This one, it's barely takes you down, but it's something. I sent the leg. Oh shit, my fault. Is this it? W, first trade back with Levi. Somebody's gotta get paid for how long this took. Shit, sometimes might even get a BE. All right, here we go. So it's much better in volume, but I think it could be a lot better. Like, see how this was like a much more fluid pop? These have been a little slower. But it is a drive. So if you, instead of ranging here, if you can just get another drive, then that should be GG's. It's 12 pips away. Can I glitch? Let's see. I know we all want to be out of this one. Can it be? Can it be? He said she's a runner. She's a track star. Hey, no drawdown for you, Cookie. Congratulations, man. I hope you have a very nice day. No DD. I mean, chat, you guys don't have to hold it if you don't want to. Like, you don't have to exactly hit B. If you want to manage ahead of time, you can manage ahead of time. If you don't, like, if you're losing faith in the trade, or if you're just not feeling the trade no more, you feel like it's going against what you are expected to do, whatever the case may be, for your manage. I'm still in, of course. I'm just waiting. That's all we can really do. Maybe we could get more drawdown. Could come all the way back up for the flip. Still come down, right? But everything is pre-planned already. I know this line always makes it. This song. If this is an invisible candle, then this should be no issue. It should actually be like here. 665. Nice RR. Thank you, man. W compliment. Retesting 7-9. If it holds, it's gonna pop. Yeah. I think the 1 hour could reflip. I don't know if the 1 hour's gonna drive. I think the 1 hour could reflip and then reflip bearish. If that were to happen, re-break the lows, that's like clean. Straight through. Wasn't here. What was the entry? Wick entry sells after the move down. Wait for a pullback, and then it's a lot different now because yeah, she got a steeper pullback, but we're looking to take this to retest the lows within that same candle. $54 pips in DD. Let's see. Lecandle 5. Let's see. We lowered TP. Yeah, we did. We did already towards 5-1. I think we went from 65 to 5-1 or 60 to 5-1. So yeah, we already did that. Because it's still a strong level there. Like for it to break, next zone after that could be the breakout lows, which could be like 32 or something. I think this could be a little more difficult at that zone. Five-minute leg candle. Yeah, it's a pretty nice 5 leg candle, so gotta come down to the body. Live. I started trading 8 years ago, so there was no props around. 8 years ago, it was just yeah, no, there was no prop firm. So I just never had a chance. I think if I started in this era of prop firms, I might have been trading more on prop firms. $418 people right now. Holy shit. 459. Realize, guys, chat, type of one if you're still in this trade here, man. Type of one if you're still holding. There's FTMO, right? Or maybe it wasn't as big. I didn't hear about props until like 2021, 2020. That's when like I started to hear more about it. Surge. This was a weak DD. Don't say that. We might get more. Get the likes up. Can we get 200 likes? We're at 154. 200 is 48 away. Donna Moore. Sorry, I'm not really paying attention to music. Let's see. What do you guys want? This is the best I can play, man. Copyright. Here. Maybe I can play Where to keep TP? I have it at 4652. You could change it to wherever you want. Whatever you think is a zone that you could reject at or target. But I have 4652 based on the 4-hour ranges. I believe that is the level that could be filled because it's the same mirror. If you keep the song room full. Well, the drill, y'all like the drill song? Go please, man. Starving. Now stop loss, I'm asking about TP. Yo. Okay. Okay, so you asked me about TP. Did I give you a 47.75 by accident? Okay. Well, if you know that I didn't give you a TP and you know I read the stop loss, can you just read the TP and make the assumption that that's the TP? Like, this is the TP right there. 4652.65. And you can move it to wherever you want, but that is my TP. But no worries, man. I got you. Do you think it'll sell to 4652? 4652? I mean, yeah, I do. I do think like that's my TP. I wouldn't just like that's my TP. I don't know if it's gonna come straight down towards there, but I got BE zones and stuff on the way down, so we'll manage it as it comes down. But that is the destination that, based off of my analysis, that I have it coming down till, yeah, 5.4 or 5.2. Hey, we're moving. Go right here. 4 more pips. 4 more pips. Leg candle fill. Spreads are kind of tight. Not tight. Pause. They're kind of wide still, but you do have a leg candle. So could this be the one? Could this be the one? I just want to get out before it's a 12-hour stream or something. How long has it been? 4 hours and 21 minutes. So it's not bad. That would be Jordy. Jordy, so why'd you talk about XYZ today, bro? He's not gonna show up ever again. He just came back today. How much is this leg candle? You got a body reaction. Okay, that's not bad. You got a body reaction off the leg candle. So next thing is re-break the lows and hold. If you can hold 77, the range fill. And then that takes you down towards BE. And then maybe runners. Something in my gut just tells me though that this could be a BE trade. I don't know what unless you have some crazy volume or something. I hope not. But something in my gut just tells me that this is gonna be a BE. Because I think we'll get in profit. We'll get to like 46.70, and then that's like a zone that is heavy to break. So it could just hit BE from there on out. It's coming down pretty slow. It's showing no signs of like volume or no signs of strong direction. Even this move is very weak coming down. And you're still doing the same thing where you drive, pull back range. Drive, pull back range, right? So it's not as like directionally bearish yet. So this spike down could be liquidity to go back up for tomorrow. What is BE? 46.70. BE means break even. That's our break even zone. Don gotta chill. Alright, this music is not my vibe right now. The 1-1. Here we go. 5-minute closure. Could this be? I disagree, Don. 200 pips, please. I want a runner. If you can push, you can push. I'll be like excited. I'll be energized. BTC? No, I'm not in BTC. Game Don is 20 pips. Hey, how do you know it's 20 pips? We can get a full closure too. We can always close at the BEs instead, based on how price. I think that's a possibility. Let's see. Did spreads get better? A little better, but I think they could be better than this. A little better. Maybe it'll be better once we come down below BE. That won't be good too, because then that's just a glitch and you pull right through. Kid donvo, the real karate kid. Bro, it is a buy TP 47.48. Hey, you're not wrong. 47.48 is very doable after bottom wick. But yeah, you're not wrong. 47, I can see it coming up to break like 47.73. You might just need liquidity first, which is why we're in the sells. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? What that mean? I guess you don't know. Oh man. You call me an unk, bruh? Okay, spreads got a little better, but it got a little better going up. So, do you want to pay for my music then? Do you want to pay Lucian Grange for some music so I can play music on my stream? If not, then be quiet. You gonna complain about the music, bro. I'm trying to make you some money here for free music. With free music. If you want me to play better music, you gotta pay for the licensing, man. You gotta pay. Cause shit, that's a bag. YouTube Premium. All right. YouTube Premium is the best thing I ever have. That's the best subscription. YouTube, yeah, YouTube is like more strict. Like on Twitch, you can play music. You might not. I think you get like the replays. They don't show the music, but I don't think you get demonetized. You still get monetized on YouTube. Yeah, you don't get monetized, and some songs are blocked, so the whole video or stream can't be played after. That's part of the reason why we did go on Twitch. But YouTube is home. Hey, that's not a bad 15 closure. Still pretty bad in volume though. How close did we come? The closest we came was 6 pips. Wow. 6 pips. Third-minute closing below lower time frame. What did you say? Let's check this one out. Closing below left supports. This has a drive. What the hell? Yeah, every time it was able to come down, clean traffic. Even this time, when it rejected, it came down first. So almost every time, just clean traffic throughout on the way down. Yeah, there's nothing stopping it. Only thing that's stopping it, I think, is just maybe a lack of a higher top wick. That's the only thing I can think of. Because sometimes you might need top wicks before you actually have volume. Shit. Eh? Telegram? No Telegram. I have Discord. Divas01. Oh yeah, since everyone's here right now, check out idiomeast.com if you want the free playbook. I have a free playbook out there. Literally free. V1 we dropped out in 2021. V2 just came out in end of 2025, and this is basically how I trade. So if you want to check that out, go ahead. There's four units, including the playbook page. And yeah, you can go through it. This is literally everything that I do. Take some notes on it, or follow this, read this, and then come back to the stream. It might be a little easier to watch the stream after. Probably wondering what I'm talking about, especially with leg candles and stuff. But all that should be here to catch up on. Yeah, check it out. itsdonvo.com. Free playbook V2. Long video of the playbook, yeah. On YouTube, yeah, I will. Cause I did one for the first one. I didn't do one yet for here. You smell a glitch? Here we go. Gold. Please, bruh. Please. Anything but 12-hour stream. Hey, you called that Cyan? You smell a glitch, you shall receive. What is this? Leg candle filled right here. Already got filled though. 1 minute got filled, I think, right? 1 minute leg candle about to be filled here. So that fill should take you to in profits. 13 pip candle though, so nothing too crazy. All right, here we go. So hopefully no BE trade. Let me get a runner or something. Hello? No way. Again? How many more breakout lows do we need? Yo, Iceman. Let's just look at the 4-hour time frame. That might be the best bet. Oh, we're back in profit. We are in profit, everybody. So BE zones are 4670.59, okay? So yeah, push down a little more, but that was the leg candle fill right there. Right, I think we peaked like 15 here, so the rebreak of this low should take you down towards this white line, and that will be our break-even zone. I think that was off of the maybe BE will be here actually. There's no bottom wick right there, but yeah, 4671 BE. So let's see. All right, break even. We are break even now. Okay, so hopefully a runner. And it just rips through, but it tapped the zones. So BE. And now it's just up to price, like where it wants to go from here. All right. Let's trail stop loss and profit. All right. $24.70. Okay. That was a long drawdown trade. Am I tripping? That drawdown felt like pretty like rough. I don't know if it's because like just the way it was moving, but it wasn't that. It didn't feel like a typical drawdown. It felt a lot more, I don't know, just a lot slower. But 24 pips there. We secured something. I'll take it. I think percentage wise today, what did we do? Let's find out. Good shit, guys. Good shit though. If you were able to be disciplined throughout all of that, congratulations, man. That's all that matters. So result, oh, 1.96%. That's pretty good. 0.96%. I'll take it. I think that's a pretty good week so far. 3% week, chat. Pretty good. There was drawdown, so that part kind of sucks, but I think the trade deal still played out. It would be nice if we got a runner, but I don't know. I just didn't think we'll get a runner. Looking at price, the way it's moving, I think it can run still. I just don't know from where we got in at and where we have break evens at, if that can be a runner. You know what I mean? Because it can still like kind of make its way up here and then later on shift, right? So shit. If you guys enjoyed that trade, man, hit the like button. Sub to the channel, bro. Thank you everybody for tuning in today, man. Hope you guys learned some lessons about drawdown or discipline or patience or anything, or don't take Don's entries. But I think it's a pretty good trade though. Not bad. W Penzo. Good shit. All that waiting for $3. Yeah. Sometimes that's how it be. Sometimes that's just how it be. I'm gonna journal this out. Chat, if you guys want my journals, go to exclamation point stream. You can get this exact journal. These are all the trades that we took on stream. And if you want the TBJ, wait, how many pips was that? 24 pips, right? Yeah, I think we hit 7,000 pips. I think we hit 7,000 pips. Let's see. Let's see. Let's enter this in a journal, but I think that's 7,000 pips on this stream for free. So today's May 14. We entered at what time? 9:43. New York gold. We entered sells. We took basically that was, what was that based off of? Lecandle or the wick entry, right? It was actually a wick entry on the minute. That's what we did. Full, it was for 24.7 pips. That was a 2 hour and 52 minute trade, so damn. 0.96. All right, let's check. I think we hit it. 7,005 pips on this stream, given out since 2022. And that is our 552nd win on the stream. Let's go. All right. Chat, what percent you guys got there? That'd be day. I'm exhausted, man. That was a long, tiring session. Iceman, though, we couldn't get 100 pips, so no stream. This one was 9:43. New York. It was gold. Bias bearish. Normal position. Sells. It was a liquidity wick entry. 4 hour time from stops. TP 1 hour. Next logic performance. Wait, what was the TP? Was it the one? I think it was the one. I'm gonna put the one. That break even checked. Managing time frame, the minute time frame. We used the minute there. We used the 1. We used the 4. 4 was heavily included. Just expected a range fill on the 4. Win 0.08 lots. We made $24.70. And then pips wise, we did, my stomach is growling, 24.7. Max drawdown. What was that drawdown? Sheesh. That was quite a bit. That was 270 pips drawdown. So yeah, that was the most drawdown we've had in a while. Like I think since I think the most drawdown chat we've had since the last time we had 270. Our last big drawdown was 150. That was in April 7th. And then before that, 7th. And before that was a 30 hour trade for 2,000 pips in drawdown. So this one wasn't bad. It just seemed like really slow though. And we haven't had too crazy of a drawdown lately, right? So it's been a little while. That happens. But good shit. That's probably it for a day, chat. I don't think I'm gonna look for another trade. I think if it wasn't for that drawdown, we would have been off a long time ago. Just subscribe. Thank you. Chat, if you are gonna dip off, subscribe. We'll be here tomorrow morning, Friday. Iceman tomorrow, 8 a.m. East. We'll be here on stream on YouTube. And DVSO 1 live every morning. Cookie got 2 entries. Very nice, Cookie. Are these pineapples right there? Yeah, your position had less drawdown. Damn. Good shit though. Peace out, Benzie. What's that burn smell? All right, chat. I'll make you a Murrow. Okay. W. Don't stop doing drug. What? No, I just smell someone burnt. All right, chat. That is it, man. Chat. I will see you guys tomorrow. All right. All journals are filled out, I think so. We are set. Is it? Wait. Max profit. I'm not done here. What did we get? 27.8. And then trail stop loss hit on the minute. Scenario was trail stops, and then we got 24.70. Or no, $24.70. Pips wise, 24.70 as well. Yep. All right, cool. All right, chat. Appreciate you guys, man. Thank you for showing up today. Thanks for all the support. Hope you guys learned something. I'll see you guys tomorrow. All right. Have a good day, everybody. Peace, peace. Peace, peace. See you tomorrow. Iceman tonight. Iceman.